the House Rule 67 and the Governor's Emergency Order number 12. Pursuant to the Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. An executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all the members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in the meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All the necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice of this meeting complies with the House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing this meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. So let's start by the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required on the right to know law. Okay, Keith, you're on.
All right. Ready to call the roll. Representative John Hunt.
I am here and I am alone, but I do have grandchildren in the house. So if you hear noises, that's what's happening.
I like your haircut.
Thank you.
Representative John Patusek.
Present.
Representative Jason Osborne. Representative Keith Ammon, that's me, present and alone. Representative Max Abramson.
I'm here, present.
Representative Bonnie Ham.
Present, and I'm alone.
Representative Joseph DePalma.
Here and alone.
Representative Jeffrey Creason.
Present and alone.
Representative Dawn Johnson.
Here and alone at the moment, but I do have two daughters that are home remotely today because of the weather.
Okay. Representative Paul Terry.
Present, I'm the only person in the room.
Representative Christy Bartlett.
Present, alone in the room.
Representative Chris Herbert.
Present, alone in the room.
Representative Connie Van Houten.
Present, alone.
Representative Tina Fargo.
I'm present, I'm alone in the room.
Representative Joyce Weston.
Present and alone in the room.
Representative Jane Bellew.
Present and alone in the room.
Representative Anita Burrows.
Present, alone in the room.
And Representative Chris McAleer.
Present, alone in the room.
Okay, that's 18 present, Mr. Chair.
Representative Richard Abels here as well, by myself alone.
Oh, did I miss you? I apologize.
It's okay. It's fine.
All right, well, that makes 18 then. Thank you.
Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 593. And I'll ask the attendees who are speaking to raise their hand. And Representative Matt Wilhelm, I'm going to move you right up here. Okay. And good morning, Representative Wilhelm. And you can unmute yourself.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Hunt and honorable members of the House Commerce Committee. For the record, my name is Matt Wilhelm. I proudly serve as a state representative for the 42nd District of Hillsborough County, which includes Manchester Central Business District, covering downtown and our historic mill yard. I'm here this morning to introduce House Bill 593 to require a food delivery service to enter into an agreement with a food service establishment or food retail store before offering delivery service from that restaurant. While food delivery has become a lifeline for many New Hampshire restaurants during the COVID-19 pandemic, third-party companies should not offer delivery service without express written consent of the restaurant. I was moved to introduce House Bill 593 when a constituent and downtown small business owner, Alex Horton of Cafe Lorraine, shared her frustration on social media last fall. Please note, she wrote, "We do not take orders on Grubhub, DoorDash, Postmates, or any delivery service. If you place an order through a third-party site, we cannot see it and will not be able to fill the order. Thank you for your patience, and please know that these companies have listed us without our permission," end quote. According to an article dated February 24th, 2020 on Manchester Inklink, several other Queen City restaurateurs expressed similar frustration, including a co-owner of North End Bistro, who said, "Last year, when we closed for renovations on DoorDash, when we closed for renovations, a DoorDash driver showed up to pick up an order for items that hadn't been on our menu since we first opened. The thing is, we didn't have an account with them, so we didn't have customer information. All I could do was complain on the DoorDash site and explain why we were upset about it." Becky shared another story. She said, "I had a driver show up 40 minutes late with a delivery. We ended up making new food for that customer, but we still got a bad review. And when I reached out to Uber Eats, they said unless the customer contacted them, they couldn't refund the customer. So I had to do it. We lost cost twice, plus we lost a potential customer." And one other anecdote from that same article was the owner of Restoration Cafe, also in Manchester, quoted as saying, "In our case, they took an incorrect menu that was 2 years old with incorrect pricing, and items showing on the menu were no longer carried. Plus, it was full of typos. It ends up making me look like an idiot," end quote. And just this past weekend, I saw on Instagram, Roots Vegan Cafe and Juice Bar in Dover. They shared that it's come to our attention that we've been added to Grubhub and or DoorDash. We didn't do this and we can't fulfill these orders because we are only open on select days for the time being. Our apologies to everyone who has been placing Roots orders through these third-party delivery services. We had no idea this was happening until today. So this is an urgent issue. It's facing small business owners who are under enormous pressure due to the pandemic. Bad online reviews can lead directly to a decrease in orders, which can lead to a restaurant's closure, especially in these challenging and uncertain economic times. So I urge you, my colleagues, to send House Bill 593 to the full House with the unanimous recommendation of ought to pass so that we can stand up for small business owners across New Hampshire who are being taken advantage of by out-of-state tech companies funded by venture capitalists in Silicon Valley who will gladly turn a profit on the backs of New Hampshire's restaurant owners, even if it tarnishes their reputation or puts a few out of business in the process. Let's put power back in the hands of small business owners to make decisions that are right for their restaurants. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Okay, Representative Herbert has a question.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Matt, for that explanation. My question is, are many restaurants have their own employees make a delivery, and if can they do that? If this bill passes, would that interfere in any way with the restaurant having an employee make the deliveries?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. This bill would not interfere with a restaurant having their own employees make deliveries for their restaurant. If a pizza place had employees making deliveries, that's totally fine. This is really just about third-party delivery services.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. Just a quick question. My understanding is most of these delivery services take on the order of 30% of the bill. So how does it work if they're taking these orders unsolicited offline? how does the money get distributed in that scenario? I guess the question is, are the restaurants automatically forced to take a 30% discount if they do it without a contract?
Thanks for the question, Representative. My understanding is that each of these delivery services have different arrangements, which is why it's important that restaurants get things in writing. They need to know exactly what the financial arrangement is. So I think they all look a little bit different, so I can't speak to them kind of in a blanket setting, but I do think it's important that restaurant owners know what they're getting themselves into when they're contracting with a third-party delivery service.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your testimony. Chair will call on Tom Bauscher, who is in support of the bill.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sorry.
Max had his hand up. I'm sorry, Keith had his hand up.
Keith, okay, there it is now. Okay, sorry. Yes, Keith, you have a question for Representative Wilhelm?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. Can a restaurant refuse to provide service to one of these delivery services?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I know that there are some restaurateurs, some small business owners who are going to be testifying, and that might be a good question for them, as I don't know what that kind of user experience is like from the small business owner's perspective.
Okay, Representative Abramson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So is the underlying problem that the delivery services is mentioning your business and advertising the fact that they'll make a delivery for your restaurant without making a previous agreement? Or is it
Yeah, why don't we let's have Tom Bauscher, if that's okay with you, Representative Wilhelm. Let's have Tom Bauscher answer these questions.
Yeah, that works for me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Tom. Why don't you make your presentation and you roll in these questions.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I can answer all the questions that the representatives have just outlined. My name's Tom Boucher. I'm the CEO and owner of Great New Hampshire Restaurants. Our restaurant group is T-Bones. That's our mothership. And then we have Copper Door and Cactus Jacks and CJ's Great West Grill. We employ almost 1,000 people now. We just opened recently in Concord. I'm sure many of you have driven by on 93. Let me just start out by saying, to answer, I can't remember, I started to write them down, but to answer some of your questions really quickly, these companies, these third-party companies are not getting permission from the restaurants. As a matter of fact, DoorDash and Grubhub both kept putting us up on their websites, advertising using our name, our product, our brands, our trademarks, and our menu without our permission. And we asked them at least a dozen times to take it down. Why? Because as Representative Willem mentioned, they had the wrong menus, they had the wrong prices, they were delivering late, and I'm telling you, we hounded them, absolutely hounded them to stop putting us on their website. They were doing us no favors even before the pandemic. As a matter of fact, I ended up having to sue them. And you can look it up on New Hampshire Business Review. Just Google DoorDash on New Hampshire Business Review, Great New Hampshire Restaurants, and we won. They settled because they knew they were wrong. These national and even international companies are coming into our little state of New Hampshire, robbing these mom and pop locations of their profit. And believe me when I tell you, we're a big player and we're fine, but these other organizations, they can't afford this 30% fee. So to answer another representative's question, if you contract with them, you have the choice to contract with them. They will charge you a marketing fee, an administrative fee, of course, the meals and rentals fee, and the delivery fee. and the tip. So I played a dummy customer yesterday, and I went to Backyard Brewery, which is in Manchester. I ordered their $16 cheeseburger. When all said and done, it was $29. Backyard Brewery is not making a penny on that. Restaurants make between 3 and 5 cents of every dollar they take in. And during this pandemic, we're on the ropes. We're on the ropes. And these people are taking complete advantage of these small restaurants. And it's disgusting to me, to be honest with you. And I'm not someone that wants to litigate. I'm not someone who wants to create onerous laws, but we need a law to outlaw these companies from literally stealing money from restaurants during this time and quite frankly, forever. All we're asking for is a law so that other small mom and pop restaurants don't have to go through what we went through. We spent thousands of dollars to litigate this. We won. We didn't win a lot. It barely covered our attorney fees. But you know what? We're off their sites, and we're going to be off their sites forever. And if they put us back on, they're in for a major lawsuit. So to end, I think that by passing this law, we're not asking the state to enforce it. What it does is it creates an avenue, a very easy avenue for a restaurant to say, stop putting me on your website. It's illegal. Here's the law. Here's the statute. And then if it continues, they'll have a class action lawsuit from thousands of restaurants. And then they'll stop. It's not right. It's not right. They cannot use my brand, my name, my trademarks to profit off of. I have no control. Once that food leaves my building, I have no control. Are they opening the bag and eating French fries? Yeah, I've read that online. Are they delivering it on time? Not a lot. It's just terrible. And I'm not willing to risk our 36-year reputation on these third-party companies. Thank you. I'll take many questions.
Okay. Representative Johnson has her hand up.
Good morning, and thank you for taking my question. My question is, do other states, like in New England especially, have similar laws? Are there other precedents within the state and other states that this wording and stuff for this bill has come from?
Well, the answer is yes. I'm not sure about New England, but I know California recently passed it. And I will tell you that, and I see some other restaurateurs on here, restaurants are struggling right now. I mean, this is so hard. This is a heavy lift for them to get this up on the plate. If they could, I'll bet hundreds of restaurateurs would be on this call right now. And I'm fortunate enough that I can stand here and represent our company and hopefully hundreds of others. It's an impossible task for them to find the time to bring it to all of you, all of your attention. But the answer is yes. California recently passed almost the identical law.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Boucher, for testifying this morning. Had you received any demands for payment for these marketing fees and such like that from any of these companies? You said that they were using your logos and trademarked materials and stuff, menus and such, but had they actually sent you any bills saying pay for these services?
No, but great question. If you don't contract with them, you're not charged these fees. However, they increase the prices again, I use the Backyard Brewery as an example. They have contractually agreed with them to pay these fees. If you don't, so I went on TGI Fridays website, did the same thing. Their $16 cheeseburger came to, or $14 cheeseburger came to $22. So they charged the administrative fee, the delivery fee, the tip, and the meals and rentals tax, which is passed on completely to the customer. So the customer thinks that TGI Fridays is charging $22. They're not. It's DoorDash that's charging that. So it's complete. It's so deceptive.
Well said. Okay. Representative Abronson's next.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Same as before, is it the source of the problem that the food delivery platform is advertising your company and using your brand name? I'm looking at the bill and it says a food delivery platform shall not arrange for the delivery of an order from a food service establishment. You're concerned with the fact that they're advertising and using your brand name?
Correct. Without my permission.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Boucher, did you follow through on your brewery and on your Fridays delivery? In other words, do you know how much, if you follow through, that the brewery or thank God it's Fridays actually got for their $14 and $16 hamburger?
Well, they got exactly what they would normally charge. I did not actually order it. I just went to the final phase of checkout. They did not, they would get exactly what they would normally charge in the restaurant. So they would get, Backyard Brewery would get their $16, not the $29 that I would have been charged.
Okay. Representative Petusik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This could be for either Tom or Matt. On section 3, it says the violation should be fined $100 for each delivery. Do you think that amount of fine is sufficient to keep these people from doing this?
I think there just should be a law stating you can't engage in third-party delivery without their permission. That's the bottom line to this. If restaurants want to engage with these companies and be charged 25 to 30%, God bless them. They're losing money every single day of the week. And I so wish some of these restaurateurs would just do the math. You're losing money every single time. If you're contracted with these third-party deliveries, you are losing money. They are not the lifesaver that the media puts out there saying restaurants are surviving on takeout and delivery. Absolutely not. We are not surviving on that. Casual dining, pizza places, sure. That's their bread and butter. That's what they've been doing for decades, right? But a casual dining restaurant like Copper Door, no way. We're not making money on that.
Representative Wilhelm, did you want to also respond?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say, if the committee ultimately thinks that, taking out this $100 enforcement, amending the bill so that it takes out that language, that works for me. That's totally fine. I think Tom is right. I think a class action lawsuit is what ultimately would bring these third-party delivery services to justice. So, having a specific dollar amount may not be, the teeth that we actually think that it might need. It might be better to just strip it. I think that's what California did in their bill.
Mr. Chair,
I guess, yes, Representative Petusik, yeah, follow up.
Thank you. Matt, what my question was more in the line of, is $100 not enough of a fine? Not too much, but not enough. I mean, $500, $100 is a pittance to these companies. $500 a shot. You say they do 10 a day, is $5,000 a day. That might actually, flick their ear. Thank you.
I thank the representative for his question, and I invite the committee to do what you will with this piece of legislation. If you feel like it needs a larger penalty, I think that's fine. I also think you can take it out again, and that class action lawsuit will ultimately be the pressure that these third-party delivery services need to do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll now invite Ms. Horton to testify. Good morning.
Morning, thank you. So I'm Alex Horton. I own Cafe Loren. It's a small coffee shop in downtown Manchester. So if I could just offer some insight into what happens when you get one of these deliveries that you didn't sign up for. So we were contracted with, a delivery service through Square, the online point of sale system that we use. And they actually have really good delivery fee prices. It's like $1.50 an order. Fine, that's what we use. We keep being listed on the Grubhub website. We're not contracted with Grubhub, but people think we are. So what happens is a customer will go on, place an order on Grubhub, and then as Tom said, a Grubhub delivery driver will show up at the cafe. Now, to work with one of these delivery services, you actually need a tablet from them or a sign-in online, like they'll give you an account with your sign-in to see your orders coming in. So we have no way of seeing and capturing those orders. So someone might place an order online. It goes through Grubhub. Grubhub shows up. We don't have the food ready, obviously, because we can't see the order. We have no indication that there's an order that has been placed. And then we can't refund the customer. Grubhub refuses to refund the customer. And essentially, it's like, what do you do in that situation as a small business? Because like Tom said, you're going to get a bad review because the customer never got their food. We do our best to call them and explain the situation and tell them, you have to go through Grubhub to try to get your money back. But Grubhub usually won't give you your money back. So essentially they're stealing money from us. They're stealing money from our customers. And if you choose to contract with them, it is true. They make you sign a document that says we're going to take 30% of every order, which is more than the fees that they take. They're cutting into your profit and it's just not worth it. So, I mean, if anyone has any questions on how the
conundrum, yeah, the contract, if you do sign a contract, you're going to sign a contract you don't want. It sounds like what
Right.
we have.
Right.
We have,
And
we have the same problem with the ambulances. So, so the question I have is because I read an article in the Union Leader and Kingston Pizza, I guess it was, and it turned out to be fraud in that. So when they show up, when Uber shows up or wherever Grubhub shows up, they're using their credit card to pay for your food?
No one pays us.
In other words, so when they show up and want to pick up an order,
they just say that there's an online order that's been placed.
And you can say, well, too bad, we don't know anything about it.
Right.
Go away.
Exactly, because we can't see it. There's no way for us to know if they're a real Grubhub driver, if they're
it could be fraudulent, right?
Like,
because if you don't have the pad, you don't have the order,
right?
So I guess what happened in the Kingston was that they would turn around and place the order with a fraudulent credit card. And that's how those people got defrauded. So I was just wondering whether Grubhub or these companies, whether they're paying you, because I never crossed my mind that you actually would give them the food without any money being exchanged.
Right, but some places do because they don't want the bad review. They think, oh, we must have had a Grubhub order or we must have had a DoorDash order. And to kind of make things right with the customer, they might send out food, and in which case you lose money on that entire order.
Okay. Representative Bartlett has a question.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Horton, for coming to speak with us, Mr. Boucher. My question is this: if we go to amend this, it means that the bill gets delayed. From what you're testifying, the question is, would you like to see us move on this as quickly as possible?
Yes, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is a pandemic going on that's caused this. Representative Van Houten, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Horton. It's a pleasure to see you here. I maybe have more of a rhetorical question than a true question, but it just seems to me that this is a poor business model for Grubhub as well. It sounds as though they are taking a shot in the public's eye as well as probably a financial shot. Do you agree with that statement?
I do, but I think that they're big enough that they don't care. They're countrywide. It doesn't matter to them if one small cafe in Manchester, New Hampshire is having an issue with them. So
Thank you.
Representative Ham has a question.
Yes, I'm just curious whether there's two ways that these delivery companies work. I've certainly been present and part of the group that ordered, go on the restaurant's website and you pick out what you want, and the restaurant adds on the tax, and you add on a tip if you want, and then there's a delivery fee and you get your food. Now, are there two ways that these delivery companies do business? And this, observing this was in a larger area than, the small towns in New Hampshire. But isn't that one way you can use these delivery services to enhance your business, doing it that way?
I'm not sure I understand the question. So are you asking if I could deliver?
Let me jump in. So Representative Ham, there is nothing stopping any restaurant to have its own food delivery system. And, theoretically that's a good thing to do, but, that takes resources, and let's face it, customers are lazy, and if they had a good experience with Uber Eats or somebody in the past, they've got that app already on their phone. So they're more apt to just go there first, rather than see, gee, I wonder whether that restaurant actually has its own delivery system or not. And that's really what the problem is that people there's good marketing there, and for Grubhub, and everybody knows who they are. And so they have the app on their phone. So they're more apt to just default to that without realizing that the restaurant does not have an arrangement, nor does they want to have an arrangement, because they lose too much to provide that service. So it's a quandary. I think does that answer your question?
Yes, but I was under the impression some of these deliveries we got were via a like Uber or some other delivery. They were not employees of the restaurant. They were a contracted service.
Exactly, and that's what this legislation is requiring. They're saying that if Grubhub wants to, put that restaurant on their webpage, they need to have a contractual arrangement, and it's up to the two parties to figure out how to make that work. Do I have that right, Tom?
You got it. Spot on.
Okay. So, all right. Is there any other questions? We're all set. I assume your hand's just up, Bonnie, because you still have it up. Otherwise, I don't have anybody else signed up to speak. This is always a little scary. Is there anybody else who's participating want to raise their hand and introduce some new information? If not, oops. So we're all set. Okay, so we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 593. And on the sheet, we had 8 people in support. We had 6 people opposed, and that's what it is. Okay, we'll close the public hearing, and the time being 9:34, and boy, I lucked out on that one. Okay, we'll open up the next public hearing, House Bill 65, requiring food service establishments to establish food allergy awareness procedure, otherwise known as Rachel's Law. Okay, so the sponsor, Rosemary, there you are, Rosemary. I'm going to promote you. And Tom and Alex, I'm going to demote you. And Rose,
thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Good morning.
Well, it's nice to be back before Commerce Committee. And I come to you today to introduce HB 65. I sent all of you my written testimony last night, so I'm pretty much going to read most of it, not all of it. But this is a bill to require food service establishments to adopt food allergy awareness procedures. This bill is identical to HB 1102, which passed this committee last year and passed the House. It was stalled in the Senate due to delays brought on by COVID. The requirement for restaurants to have a certified food safety manager on site already became effective this past January 1st as part of the New Hampshire Food Code. Food safety training includes food allergy awareness. However, this rule only applies to New Hampshire restaurants licensed by the state. 15 municipalities fall outside the state jurisdiction, but HB 65 would extend certification requirements to them as well. These municipalities are Bedford, Berlin, Claremont, Concord, Derry, Dover, Exeter, Keene, Manchester, Merrimack, Nashua, Plastow, Portsmouth, Rochester, and Salem. Food establishments exempt via the New Hampshire DHH rules would remain exempt. And there's a whole list of exemptions. But some background I want to go over to consider is this bill was inspired by the death in 2019 of Rachel Hunger, a 21-year-old UNH student who unknowingly ingested an allergen at a New Hampshire restaurant. The restaurant was unaware of her allergy. With this bill, patrons would be alerted to notify their food servers of any food allergies, and restaurant workers would have the training to respond appropriately. Rachel was one of an estimated 32 million people affected by food allergies in the US alone. And this is up to 1 in every 13 children and 1 in every 13 adults. The cost of food allergies is estimated to be $24.8 billion annually in the US. 6 states already have passed restaurant legislation, and it runs the gamut. This bill is probably on the low end of the regulatory responsibilities. But Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Rhode Island, Virginia, and a couple metropolitan areas have food allergy awareness. I'm linking in my written testimony, I linked to a question and answer sheet that DHHS put out to answer questions about their regulation. So this bill is a sensible approach to address the growth and danger of food allergens while balancing the interests of restaurants. So I ask all of you to please recommend and ought to pass for this bill. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, so I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to read the bill. I'm just reading out. Did you said that the patron is required to notify the establishment?
Yes, they'll. This bill includes a requirement that wording be on menu and menu boards that if you have a food allergy, to notify your server. That when HB 1102 was first conceived, Mr. Chairman, I met with Mike Summers from the New Hampshire Restaurant Lodging Association, and this bill is a result of a discussion with him to help cover restaurants' liability, and so that they have to be aware. I mean, the training doesn't matter if they aren't aware of the allergy.
Right. So, but it implied that the patron has to notify.
Yes.
But I didn't actually see that in the statute. All I see is that it requires the establishment to have a sign, which assumes the patron is seeing that sign, but that they're supposed to notify.
Yeah, it's similar to the regulation we have now that on menus it states if you're having undercooked meat or seafood. You know, there's some language on menus.
I was around for writing that sentence. Yeah. And but that was just a mandate that they had to put that on the menus.
Yes.
Okay, but there was no mandate. There was no mandate that the patron had to notify the they're just supposed to be aware of it, and but that there was no but. So okay, I belabored this enough. Okay, so we do have lots of questions, and so Representative Burrows is first.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question, Representative Rung. I guess my question is, I was trying to figure out how big these restaurants would be who are regulated under RSA 143. And so my question is it, I assume some of these establishments may be really small. So my concern is it practical for them to have the food protection manager there at all hours if it's a small establishment? And I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Well, the food allergy risk is going to happen depending on what food they serve, but this is really mirroring what's in the New Hampshire Food Code for restaurants that are licensed by the state. So they don't make an exception for restaurants depending on their size. I just wanted to mirror what they have so that it applies to all New Hampshire restaurants, not just those that are licensed by the state. I think when patrons go to a restaurant, they're not saying, oh, well, this restaurant's licensed by the state and this one isn't. I think this provides some consistency in what the rules already are on the books.
Follow up, please.
If further question, may inquire.
Yeah. So again, this seems like very reasonable to me. So I just want to make that clear. But my question is, let's just say there's a small sandwich shop in Concord, and it's open after 7 where they don't get as much business. The manager is not there after 7 o'clock. Is it practical to ask this small shop to have this food protection manager there at those hours?
Well, I believe it is so, because anybody coming in, and I think if you speak to some of the people who suffer from food allergies, I don't know, I think that this law would ensure that there's some protection and some awareness of the risk that they may have consuming food there. So I don't think it's unreasonable for a restaurant to have this type of training among their workers, and at least one of them would have to have it for each shift.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, but would you clarify who is licensed by the state and who's not? And because you mentioned all those cities, so my understanding is those cities have their own regulatory authority, and so therefore do not require the state license.
Yes. Well, they have to license on their own, but they don't have to mirror the New Hampshire Food Code. Most of them do, and they eventually will. But it's not an established in statute that they have to follow the New Hampshire Food Code. But typically when a city updates their own local food code, they mirror what's in the state code. And then the state also mirrors what's in the federal food code. That's how this came to be. It came in through the US food code.
But if in my little podunk town, Ringe, which we don't have that regulation, is every restaurant required to get the state license?
Yes. Yeah. They've been in Ringe. They've been required since January 1st.
January 1st, it just went into effect that they were required to have this person on duty. Okay.
But I'm in Merrimack, and there may be restaurants in Merrimack that don't have to comply with the January.
Because you're a big city. You're a big city that decided that they were going to handle the licensure themselves.
Absolutely.
Okay. Representative Bartlett, you're next. You muted and unmuted.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I was pulling last year's bill on this, Representative Rung, and one of my questions is, we amended it. Does this bill include the amendment, which was 0437?
Yes.
Okay.
The bill in front of you is exactly the bill that passed the House. The amendment that was made in committee was to remove. In fact, actually, I think I brought that amendment through. It was after discussions with the food protection director of DHHS. There was a part of that bill included a voluntary program where restaurants could qualify to be considered allergy friendly. But the DHHS did not feel they had the resources to manage that voluntary program. So we just took it out. And then there was an amendment made on the floor of the House to rename it Rachel's Law. But both of those amendments are captured in HB 65.
That's right. I've got the amendment that passed. I have your other amendment. I had an X through it, and so I wasn't sure which was first. And it did come out of our committee 16-4. Ought to pass with amendment. thank you for the work you've done on this. I know there are a lot of other folks that want to speak to this, and we have a great deal of written testimony. And many of the restaurants are very much in favor of this. So thanks for bringing this forward again.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Rung, I looking at this, there seems to be a number of exceptions, and that sort of bothers me. Like Roman numeral 3 does not apply to any food service establishment exempt from licensure, and then under 4, number 3, exemption for food service. It seems like there's an awful lot of exemptions here. Any idea how many restaurants are not, not under the state or under the towns? And couldn't this be amended to cover those as well?
Well, I think, I don't know the number, to be honest with you, of the number of restaurants. And I'm sure the food protection director from the state would know that. My goal with this is twofold. One is to bring awareness of food allergies, not just of the restaurant, but also of the patron, that they know that they have a responsibility to notify their server, because so that the restaurant can respond appropriately, make sure they're not being served something that's going to yield a reaction and make that person sick. As far as the exemptions go, I just wanted to mirror what's in the state rules already, and not to have a laborious bill that would, where some restaurants would be in compliance with the bill, but not be in compliance with the state, and vice versa. So I was really prioritizing consistency between this bill and then how it would be enforced at the state. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Rung, for bringing us this legislation. I'm wondering if you could give us an idea of how onerous the training is, who gives it, what it costs, and how long it takes.
Yeah, I actually printed it out. There are, the training can vary. I know that I think with the New Hampshire Restaurant Lodging Association, they've done it in bulk. Like you can buy like 16 programs and there's a discount for it. Right now there's 6 organizations that offer it. In fact, from the state's Q&A, it says in order to obtain certification of a food protection manager, a person must pass a food safety certification examination and be issued a certificate from the following accredited certification organizations or by a program developed by one of these organizations recognized by the Conference for Food Protection. So there's 6 organizations that offer this. I went online and just did a cursory search of most of them, and it ranges from the exam as being $35 because you don't have to take the test, but you can just take the test. If you pass it, you get certification. But the content's difficult. They do recommend you take the course. And most courses now, I couldn't find any programs that are offered in classroom. Those are the most expensive ones, and they're about $179 a person. But most of them range anywhere from $50 to $150. And like I said, some restaurant associations or large restaurant chains will offer it as a group. They'll get a group discount. And then it's and then to answer your question, if it wasn't in-person class, it's about 8 hours.
Okay, Representative Greason.
Good morning, Representative, and thank you for taking our questions this morning. One potential issue that I can see here is which allergies is this manager going to have to be prepared, or these managers going to have to be prepared to deal with, and what happens if someone has an allergy for which no one is properly trained? I mean, it seems to me like the peanut allergy, if I understand this, Rachel was allergic to peanuts, and that may be very common, but what if there's something else that just, how do you prepare for all the possible allergies?
Well, we're not. We're really, this bill just focuses in the training, the certification focuses, I believe it's like 8 or 9 major allergy groups. I knew them all last year. It's like wheat, milk, or dairy, seafood, nuts, tree nuts.
Hello?
Oops, somebody.
So it would only cover the major allergens, but those are actually most, over 95% of food allergies fall into those groups.
Thank you.
Someone having a less common allergy, they would have to assume the responsibility solely for what they would be ordering.
All right, thank you.
But at the end of the day, the idea is that the restaurant knows what are the ingredients of whatever they're serving. So if the person mentions that ingredient, then there's a problem. Okay, Representative Bilo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Rung, for taking my question. I've been in the food business, and my family has for many, many years, and I'm aware of Safe Serve and the cities that are licensed by the towns and the ones that are just licensed by the state. But if a restaurant can promote that they've had this training and a individual comes in, can they feel safe eating there if they have, allergies to, nuts, for instance? There might be sourced foods from another venue that does have nuts in it, but it's not identified that there's nuts in it. So what kind of recourse does the restaurant have or the patron have if there's an issue and they have the certification?
I don't know if I'm understanding your question, but let me try to restate it and let me know if I've got it. So let's say if a restaurant is using a product and they're not aware if it contains an allergy, but then they go on and serve that to someone under this. Oh, okay. Right. My understanding from federal law is that food coming in has to be labeled as containing an allergen. So the restaurant would be aware of it, because if they're bringing it into their restaurant, it's got to be labeled that it contains, an allergen. So for instance, I'll give you an example. Let's say a restaurant is buying a thickener for gravy. It would have to say that it contains soy or wheat as they get it in. And the training would alert them also as to what things have an allergen in it and what doesn't, because there's soy in a lot of food. We think it's only in soy sauce, but it may be in other food, but the training alerts them to what type of food has that allergy in it.
And just a follow up. Yeah, thank you. If an individual has such serious, allergies, isn't it buyer beware? Like, just don't go out to eat, because there could be at any point in time, so if someone does get deathly ill and the restaurant has gone through this training, what happens then? Are there lawsuits?
There's not, this bill doesn't forbid that. It's not a legislation that would assign liability, but it's really to reduce the risk. I mean, most allergens, allergic reaction, people get really sick for about a week or two. The cases where someone dies from anaphylaxis is very uncommon. I think it's only like 150, maybe up to 300 cases a year in the US. But it's to reduce the incidence, and it's so prevalent. I mean, it's like one out of, 32 million people in the US suffer for it. So when you add up all those dollars of lost productivity and people not being able to work because they've been sick, this is really to reduce the risk of sickness from an allergic reaction.
All right, thank you.
Okay, having no more questions, I'll invite John Dunn to testify.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the time. My name is John Dunn. I am on the board of directors with the New Hampshire Restaurant and Lodging Association. Mike Summers was tied up in another hearing, so I'm here to represent the industry. I'm also the Director of Operations for the Michael Timothy's Dining Group, and I'm also a certified ServSafe instructor. Just to give you a little bit of background of where I'm coming from. A couple of concerns that the industry has regarding the bill. It seems to be a little duplicative in the fact that, like I said, the state is already requiring the food protection manager certification throughout the state. I would like to know how many of the self-governing towns don't require it, because a lot of them have always been more restrictive than the state. I know Portsmouth, Nashua, Merrimack all require the certification for someone on the staff to be certified in. It's typically the ServSafe certification that most people get, which does cover the allergens. So that's definitely a concern where there might be some crossover, some changes to the state law may not impact, crossover with the law here. Just concerned about some crossover issues there. The biggest concern we have, though, is, actually, the biggest concern we have is getting someone sick in the restaurant industry. It's the biggest fear that any restaurant operator has, is that someone has an allergen and something got missed along the way, and someone has an allergic reaction to food that we serve them. It's definitely a fear for anyone that's in the restaurant business. It's something we all take very seriously, and obviously, the impetus for this whole case is a very tragic case that no one ever wants to experience. So it's something that the good operators are very concerned about. The other concern in the bill that we're worried about is the word all, including this message on all menus. There are so many menus that go out in a restaurant, and just missing this warning label on one of the menus could cause some problems for the restaurant operators. You've got a main menu, you got a dinner menu, a cocktail menu, a wine menu. You might have some specials. You might have a pop-up menu that comes up. Remembering to add that onto each menu can be onerous to the operation. So there's definitely a concern there, and there's also the concern that it says that you must inform your server. With the way things have changed now, that there's many different ways that people get their orders into restaurants. There's digital menus. There are you go into the fast food restaurants, you could be ordering from a kiosk. You can't communicate that to your server as it be. And also with the third party, the hearing just before this talking about Grubhub, DoorDash, they have menus online. Are we responsible for making sure that they're posting this on their sites now? So I think there's definitely some concerns in there of some areas where restaurants can end up with more liability due to this legislation. It's being, the conversation last year with Mike Summers was making sure that it's upon the consumer to notify the restaurant that they have an allergen. So happy to answer any questions on any of these statements, but those are the concerns from the industry. If you could help address some of those areas in this legislation, it'd be appreciated.
Okay, Representative Abramson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dunn, for taking my question. Sorry, my voice is a little bit hoarse. You said that most of the restaurants already use ServSafe, and doesn't ServSafe? I've taken the ServSafe certification before, and don't they have a whole section on allergens, food allergens?
Yes, they do. They cover, someone mentioned the big 8: peanuts, tree nuts, milk, eggs, fish, shellfish, soy, and wheat are the big 8 that encompass 90% of the allergens. But I can tell you from working in the business, there's thousands of other ones out there. Cinnamon, garlic. I had a lady once that had an allergy to perfume, so no one else in the room could have perfume. It's like, how do I accommodate this guest? We ended up having them come in early, and we had them in a separate area and able to accommodate that guest. But yes, it is part of the ServSafe training. It is just getting rolled out, and with COVID, there's a lot of been challenges with getting people certified. So I think there's been a little bit of grace period on getting people certified. Obviously, there is an expense to it. The ServSafe just the exam alone is $50 per employee. You know, if you just go take, if you think you can just go take the test, it's not very likely they're going to pass the test. It is a very encompassing exam. It's not just something you can just walk in and just, oh, I've been working the business for a long time, and I can take this and pass it. It's not that simple.
Follow up?
Further question, you may inquire?
So do you think that this bill would expand the allergen training to additional restaurants in the state, or is that already being done?
It's already a part of the Serve Safe. You know, I think that's a big step right now for New Hampshire is getting restaurants with a food protection manager on site. You know, someone else raised the question about should it be someone on site at all times. That's going to be a tough challenge, especially for the small operators. And a lot of times, some of these places have, you know, younger staff that, you know, are already going to school. They're receiving training in-house from that certified manager when they're the person in charge. They, you know, that's part of their training is they're getting the training from the food protection manager. It's part of the responsibility of the food protection manager for the business to make sure that the people in charge understand and know how important, you know, obviously food safety, but also the allergen piece of it is one of the greatest risks.
All right, thank you.
Representative Bartlett.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I have two questions. One is when Mr. Dunn, when you signed up, you said you were neutral on this, but it doesn't sound like you're neutral. Is that correct?
The concerns we have, again, I'm not going to say we're allergen information. It's something that's very important. So we're not opposed to the bill. We're opposed to some of the language in the bill. You know, putting it on all.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so it wasn't just me.
Nope, not just you. I'm just looking for a clarification.
Yeah, I understand.
Did I clarify that for?
Oh, there, you're coming back. You're sort of there. You might want to turn your video off and just turn.
Just lost you for a minute.
Yeah. So if
you're frozen.
You're frozen here, but if you turn your video off, that maybe your bandwidth can handle it. Are you still there? Oops.
Oh.
I think he's rebooting.
Oh, he turned off the video. He's on the bottom here.
Yeah, he's still there. Yeah. So you still there, John? What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring some. Oh, you there?
He's not there now. Oh, there he is. Okay.
I'm up in the Lakes region in the middle of an ice storm here, so.
Yes.
Apologize.
So I was looking for was a clarification. It's a yes or a no. You're, you know, if we pass the bill as it is, are you opposed to it or are you in favor of it?
I think it needs some amendments in there to clarify a few items.
Okay. My follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Question may inquire.
Thanks very much. Now this bill is only to cover those restaurants that are not licensed through the state, but are licensed through local municipality.
Correct.
So this is not, this does not change the state requirements, Mr. Dunn. So if it mirrors the state requirements and you're not likely to change the state requirements, why is there a problem with this bill?
Well, the two concerns are one being you've got you're setting separate policy for the self-governing towns, so that I believe there's through right now for the state food code where it's not going to require to be on site at all times. It's that there's a food protection manager certified for each license. conflict between the two, where this would be more restrictive than the state one would be, should that bill pass. The other concern is including it on all menus. As I said, there's numerous menus, there's numerous is ordered, trying to cover all menus, or it could be, a statement listed or, at the entrance to the facility, a signage at the door, no shirt, no allergy.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So I guess, John, just sort of what she's asking is these two issues that you're bringing up, the all menus and full-time person on duty, is that not in the state statute?
Well, the allergen is not in the state statute.
I really missed that one. The allergen, this food allergy is not in the state statute, just the.
Maybe we'll hear from DHHS.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to ask you, John, is, if you want to I would turn everything off, reboot, hopefully maybe that'll solve the problem. And then I'll invite someone else up to speak. So the next person I have is Heather Gass. Promote to panelist. Oh, Jan Smith. I should have had Jan. Oh, sorry, Jan. But I should.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? I just went back to cell.
Okay, so why don't we hold you on? Let's let Ms. Gass speak, and then we'll come back to you.
Sure. So thank you, Chairman Hunt, and thank you to the committee. My name is Heather Gass. I'm a resident of Merrimack, New Hampshire, lifelong New Hampshire resident, and I am testifying today in favor of HB 65. Please refer to my written testimony that I emailed to the committee for additional facts and some data sources. And in light of the time today, I'm going to try to keep this to under 3 minutes for you.
Appreciate it.
So I have a severe allergy to tree nuts. My 2-year-old son also has multiple life-threatening food allergies. So this bill is really important to my family and I because of a near fatal reaction that I experienced at a Nashua restaurant. I ordered a meal that I had eaten at least a dozen times before at the same restaurant, and this time it contained my allergen. I soon went into anaphylaxis, and we found out that the kitchen had made a substitution that was not anywhere that we knew about, and the dish now had contained my allergen. My throat started to close. I struggled to breathe. My fingers turned blue, my lips turned blue, and my oxygen levels were quickly dropping. I was rushed to the ER where they gave me epinephrine and steroids, and thankfully I recovered. But I tell you this anecdote because I want to be very clear. I almost lost my life because of what I was served at this restaurant. And this isn't just a small problem, and I think there's many shades of gray in between here, between experiencing anaphylaxis and just having an itchy mouth or itchy throat. I just want the committee to understand that there are varying degrees of allergic reactions that can happen. And so according to research conducted by McKinsey & Company last year, more than 32 million Americans do suffer from life-threatening food allergies. For New Hampshire, that means that's more than 131,000 of us, just like my son and I. Supporting this bill doesn't only make sense from a health standpoint, but from an economic one. Research conducted by the National Restaurant Association in 2012 found that during normal times, restaurants lose approximately $45 million per week in potential sales to food allergy families who don't feel safe dining out at places that don't accommodate them. This means that critical revenue goes elsewhere, like to neighboring Massachusetts, where there's already a law that's very similar to HB 65. Those dollars could have potentially been spent here in New Hampshire if we had a better policy of informing customers about potential allergens and making sure that staff are trained on how to keep customers safe. Now, New Hampshire does have a small number of allergy-friendly establishments, such as 110 Grill, Sub-Zero Ice Cream, and Burton's Grill, who have all implemented training and safety protocols to accommodate customers with food allergies. And these establishments benefit from their allergy policies and training by preventing harm to their clientele and gaining the loyal patronage of families like mine in the food allergy community. So with other states like our neighbors in Massachusetts and Rhode Island, and I think there's about 4 others that have already enacted similar laws, there are already ample resources that are available for implementing the requirements of this bill. Thank you again for hearing my testimony today. I will hope that you will expeditiously recommend and not to pass on HB 65 to help keep families like mine safe when dining out in New Hampshire. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committees? Representative McLeod. You are muted.
Ms. Gass, a quick question. Is there a sort of a universal antidote for these type of reactions at all? And is that something that you would carry with yourself or a restaurant might have?
That's a great question. So currently in the state of New Hampshire, there is no law requiring that restaurants have to stock epinephrine, which is the go-to medication for an allergic reaction. People that have a diagnosed allergy typically will have a prescription for an EpiPen and are recommended to carry that with them at all times. That's not to say that mistakes happen and sometimes they get left at home. Depending on the patient, they have different recommendations for medications to take, but epinephrine is the gold standard. I'd also like to mention that food allergy reactions do happen to people that don't have a history of an allergic reaction. So that's an instance where they wouldn't have epinephrine available and could go into an allergic reaction.
But they wouldn't be able to inform the restaurant they have it if they didn't know they had that allergy.
Yes, that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay. Representative Bilo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. If you go to Massachusetts and you go to a restaurant that you have, frequented, and you do have a reaction, what happens then? I mean, how do you? Yeah.
Sorry, that is a great question. I think I'll speak on my personal experience. When I go to a place that has that training, and when I tell them about my allergy and I know that they note it down, they go and check with the kitchen to make sure that everything's still safe for me. Them doing those steps gives me confidence that my meal is going to be safe. And I do realize that mistakes do happen. And if, as a result of something like that, if I did have a reaction, personally, I would not hold that restaurant responsible if they had taken those steps. On the other hand, I've been at plenty of restaurants where I mentioned that I have an allergy, and I've even been served, for example, a salad with pecans on it, which could have sent me into straight anaphylaxis, even having told them about that. But that's for a restaurant that doesn't have some sort of allergy policy in place. So I think, just in short, to answer your question, I feel more confident when they have those policies in place and when I can see that they're actively following them when I go and make my order and I see how the process is going, so that I can trust that my food is safe.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Having no more questions, we thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Sorry, Jane, I didn't see your name. You didn't sign up.
Sorry, my fault. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Hunt and honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jan Schmidt and I represent Ward 1 in Nashua, and that's the last formal thing I'm going to say. I only am here to support this bill strongly. I know that's terribly important. At one time, Heather Gass was a constituent of mine, and it was very important that we bring bills like this forward to protect her and her family. Representative Rung has already answered all the questions that I would have. So I will give my time up and say thank you very much for your consideration of this great bill. Bye-bye, everybody.
Thank you very much. Okay, John, done. So we'll try again. I assume you're on with your cell phone?
Yes, I am. Hopefully this is a better connection for me.
Okay, so do you remember where you left off?
Not sure.
Okay, so I guess the question is to be sure that the committee would want to have comfort that we're not doing anything different than what is already in the state statute, which I guess is called the Food Safe Statute, rule. I guess it's a rule. It was done by rule rather than a statute. And we're just worried that the two things you brought up, which was the menus and the full-time person on duty, is that in the Food Safe rules?
It is in the food safety rules that there's a certified food protection manager on duty. It is not a regulation under the food code to post on the menu that the customer must inform you of an allergy.
Okay, so you still have this requirement that somebody has to be on duty at all times who knows what to do when someone says they have an allergy. What your concern is then would be is that the menu that might be the one that got put under my car window at the supermarket that's
Or, yeah,
that,
or chalk, you know, you've got a chalkboard special and you write a special up on a chalkboard, and now you got to add this disclaimer at the bottom of that menu as well. It's like when you say all menus, all is a very encompassing word, you know, on the main menu, on the, or post signage posted within the facility, on a table tent, on a brochure. I mean, the other warning that's out there regarding consuming raw or undercooked foods may increase the possibility of foodborne illness. That requirement doesn't say it needs to be on all menus. That the language on that can be posted on a sign in the restaurant. It can be on a table tent. You know, when it's on a, when you have a menu, you put an asterisk next to the item that, such as raw oysters, you would asterisk it as that is an item that is, you know, served raw. Whereas the allergens, you can't really do that because every single menu item could potentially have an allergen. So, you know, having the communication that the guest must please inform us of any allergens on your main menu, signage within the restaurant, but requiring on every single menu that you produce opens up some doors for some liability to restaurants.
Right. So if I understand you correctly, so for instance, if you were to take out an ad in a newspaper and happen to lift your menu, then you would, that small print, if you shrunk the menu down to fit on that ad, now that small print could be so small that you could barely see it, if
Right.
at all, and that could be problematic.
And
so
also
you don't happen to know what the language is in the state rule as to how do they say that? Do they say, I mean, because I remember when we wrote it about the seafood that it had to be on the menu, but I don't remember if we used the word.
Yeah, I'm referring back to the food code on that.
Yeah.
Okay. The food code requires it to be, you know, noted on the menu if you have items that are served raw or undercooked.
Right.
That can also be posted in the facility.
Okay. Representative Abel has a question. Go ahead, Rich.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure if this is for you, Mr. Dunn, or perhaps for Representative Rung, but I did not see any penalty on the bill if a restaurant had a menu that didn't include this, and I don't recall there being one from last year. So I would think that, well, would it be correct then that you would be excused if it happened not to be on all menus or something? I mean, this seems like I just want to ask that question.
It's more about liability when a case occurs. You know, the person who's affected by it will come back and say, well, the state law says it's supposed to be on all menus. You didn't put it on that menu, and to tell me that I should have told you. So it's more of a liability concern. It's not I'm not concerned about fines or anything of that nature. It's more liability upon the operation.
Do you want to attempt to answer that question, Rosemary?
Yes, thank you. In the state rules, there is a $250 fine for non-compliance. It says it's possible, so it's at the direction of the department. But I do want to tell the committee that the language regarding that would be required to be on menus actually was a suggestion by Mike Summers when I met with him on this over a year ago. He felt that restaurants needed to cover their liability because they couldn't be expected to protect someone from allergic reaction if they didn't know they had the allergy. So so when we had a meeting, he suggested having information on the menu so that the restaurant could be aware and then make any substitutions as necessary. I hope that answers your question, Representative Abel.
Okay, good. Is there anyone else has a question for Mr. Dunn? Seeing none, well, thank you very much. And
Thank you.
attendees, I have one hand up. And I'm so Michelle Tawani. I get that right? Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and thank you to Ms. Rong for bringing this forward. I'm Michelle Tawani, and I live in Concord, and I am in full support of House Bill 65. According to the Journal of Allergy and Clinical Immunology, anaphylaxis is a life-threatening allergic reaction, is common in the US. More than 1 in 13 people in America have experienced anaphylaxis. My daughter, Hope Talwani, is a freshman at Plymouth State, and she is one of those 1 in 13 Americans. She's allergic to tree nuts, cashews, almonds, hazelnuts, walnuts, and pecans are just to name a few. You'd think it just, if she just didn't eat nuts in general, she'd be fine. But the problem is that they can be found in breads, pizza crusts, French fries, a fryolator, on a food prep area, and even food prep equipment and more. And not only can they be found in those items, but they're also could be processed in a facility that did have tree nuts. An allergic reaction could happen. So going to eat at a restaurant is like playing Russian roulette. There's such inconsistency in knowledge, food practices, menu items, and what ingredients are in each item in the restaurant industry spans the gamut of having no idea to truly understanding the severity of food allergies. My daughter Hope has had 4 instances where she has told her server about the allergy, and those 4 places have served items with nuts in them. Hope is fastidious when it comes to sharing her food allergy every single time she places an order. 2 instances occurred at popular coffee establishments. She was served a hazelnut coffee, even though she asked for a regular coffee. And because she is fastidious about her allergy, she read the label on her cup before she drank it. Same thing happened at another ordering coffee at a different place. It was served with almond milk. And again, she didn't drink it. She read the marking on the outside of the cup prior to taking a sip. Thank God. So it's not just about whether or not the person shares their allergy, which absolutely, that is definitely a critical component to all of this, but it's also about the knowledge on the other end when someone is actually sharing their allergy. And she's actually even had to inform, when she orders coffee, please don't use the same spoon that you use when you serve coffees with almond milk in it. Because she knows the person on the other end receiving the order has not been trained or doesn't quite understand, because they say, you're ordering coffee, there's no nuts in coffee. Another restaurant she had gone to, she informed her server, and they have a practice where the manager actually delivers the food to the person with the allergy. And he actually brought the salad from the kitchen, put it in front of her, had a special flag on it identifying that it was allergen free, and it was covered in pecans. He literally walked it from the kitchen to right in front of her and didn't even notice there were pecans all over it. And the last most scary instance happened at Dairy Queen. She knows she can't typically go to a traditional ice cream location because they share scoops in between each ice cream container. But she always felt safe going to Dairy Queen because the ice cream comes out of a machine and she was assured it was clean. So after having a few bites of her ice cream, even though she informed the server she actually had a tree nut allergy, that person actually wrote it down and actually gave it to the person preparing it. She felt like something was wrong with her throat. It was closing. I actually ended up having to give her her EpiPen, and it kept getting worse. And so I called 911. I gave her a second injection of EpiPen and drove to Concord Hospital. And I knew I could get there faster than when an ambulance could arrive. And because I was on the phone with 911, they alerted the hospital that we were on our way. And literally when we walked in, the lobby was filled with people waiting to be taken in, but they took her first because they knew the severity of anaphylactics. So those are just a few instances of cross-contamination, and the last being the worst, and truly not necessary if their staff were trained. But I can share with you also dozens of times that we've actually either left a restaurant because the server was flippant and not knowledgeable about food allergies, hearing statements like, "You should be fine. Yes, I don't think that has nuts in it. You should, it's okay. This is life or death. We can't have shoulds and you could be fine." And so literally we'd just get up and leave. And someone had mentioned, like, what about when you order online? And this is just our family. We never order online. We always call because we never know who's going to be reading the order on the other end of the computer, even if we identify there are food allergies and this is what it is. So we call, we talk to a human, we hear the voice, and place our order. There's such inconsistency across the platform of restaurants and food allergy awareness. Let's get these restaurants informed of the severity of food allergies to make it safer for all to dine out. I recommend and opt this to pass. This is life or death for approximately 1 in 13 people in New Hampshire. Thank you.
All right. Okay, any questions for Mr. Tolani? Seeing none? Thank you very much for your testimony. I have one more person, Marcy Kozlowski. How did I do with that? Would like to testify? Go ahead, Marcy.
Okay, you did a pretty good job. Kazanowski is the last name.
Yeah, Kaz, okay.
Thank you, members of the committee, for having us here today. I am speaking in support of House Bill 65, Rachel's Law. When we first introduced the version of this bill in 2020, I was full of emotion and mourning for our babysitter and friend, Rachel Hunger. We miss her every day, and we will continue to spread her light in any way that we possibly can. What I've learned over the last year is that the emotions that we continue to feel, grief, anger, sadness with the loss of Rachel, will not bring her back. It's time for us to take a stance on this real issue, and that's why I sit here before you all today, to ask the members of this committee to pass House Bill 65, requiring food establishments to have allergy awareness procedures. I feel it's important to share that I do not have a food allergy. No one in my family has a food allergy. Growing up, I cannot remember anyone specifically suffering from a food allergy. I can imagine that many people would share in these same statements, and therefore may think that food allergies are not a big deal. I can absolutely admit that I was naive to how big of an issue this really was. I could share numerous facts today that I found from credible online sources with you regarding food allergies. The number of people it affects, how many trips to the emergency room each day, each minute, are due to an allergic reaction from a food allergy. The percentage of children who admit to being bullied because of their food allergy, and how it makes them different from other people in their class. But I assume, and you all have heard today, numerous facts already. So instead, I'd like to paint you a picture. You are a mother or father of a child with a severe food allergy. You've kept them safe their whole life. You check labels on everything. You held them out of summer camps because you can't control the environment once they're there. You're a master chef at home because dining out with your family is simply too risky. And you trained them to disclose their allergies whenever they are out and to avoid certain establishments. You've put in the work. Now they're headed off to college, but they're ready. You've done everything that you can do to prepare them to handle life in the real world with a food allergy. And I imagine this story is similar to that of the Hunger family. But it only takes one exposure. It only takes one instance where something was not prepared properly or without an educated staff for all of that work that you've done to be wiped away. 1 in 13 adults and children suffer from food allergies, as you've heard from other people this morning. But imagine if that 1 in 13 was your son, your daughter, your sister, your brother, or your friend. For us, Rachel was that one person. And though we can't get her back, my hope is that this committee will see the need to pass House Bill 65 and require food service establishments to do their part in preventing another life from being taken too soon. We hope that you, the committee members, will stand with us today so those suffering from food allergies no longer have to dine in fear that their next bite could be their last breath. Thank you.
Thank you for a very elegant description of the problem. Thank you. Representative Abramson has a question, if you're willing to entertain one. Yes,
All right.
Mac.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm having some technical problems with raising my hand for the last witness. But my question is, would this bill as written have prevented Rachel's death if it had been in place, or would it have at least reduced the chance of her loss?
I believe that it would have reduced the chances of her loss. Obviously, Rachel was very aware of her allergy and disclosed that in many cases. I can't say whether or not it would have prevented it, and I don't think that is the ultimate goal of this. But in order, I believe the idea behind it is to give people more of a sense of safety when dining out in food establishments.
Follow-up?
Further question, main inquiry?
Would you be amenable to an amendment that that attempted to accomplish the same thing, make sure that all of our food preparers and food handlers have additional allergy training, food allergy training?
I would be in support of that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So as usual happens when I say there's only one left, there's a bunch of more people signed up. Now these people, most of these people did sign up ahead of time, so I do feel somewhat required to put them up. But I can ask all of you who are coming in is that please not repeat what's already been said. You are cutting into polystyrene tableware, so maybe you might care about that issue. And I have a lot of people signed up for that bill, which I'll tell them the same thing, which is please do not repeat yourself. If you can offer up something new, that'd be great. So we'll start with Nicole Caruso, and I will promote you, Nicole. And please be a model of brevity.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm here to speak on a personal note, so this will be a little different than I think what you guys have heard. I was a transfer student with Rachel. I'm currently a senior at UNH, and I have the honor of being her roommate for that first year we had together at UNH. And we shared a very small square of a room together, and that became very difficult once she was in her coma. I moved my mattress and all of my things into the living room of our apartment because it was just too hard to be in that room with her pictures everywhere. And I got really used to hearing her toes and her ankles crack as she'd walk through our apartment. And she always claimed it was because of her ballet, and she was an amazing dancer. She did leave behind her cat, Scurry, as well, with us. And Rachel had always talked about her future and how she really wanted children, and she couldn't wait to help the world when she graduated. And she always spoke about wanting to reach a large demographic of people rather than making an impact on a smaller scale. She wanted to work on a larger scale. And that's a huge reason that I'm supporting this law, Rachel's law, is I think that she would obviously absolutely love it, but I think it's a great way to honor her in a way that she would have loved, because it was something that she had always wanted to gain in the life that she had and unfortunately lost too soon because of something that I feel could easily be fixed. I am also a person who has allergies like Rachel, and I have been very shaken by this tragedy, not only losing somebody, but realizing how life-threatening allergies can be on a more personal level. I think this bill is so important, not only to me, but to the UNH community and the medical community that never got to see Rachel's great ideas that she would have brought to the world. And of course, for the Hungers who lost their daughter in a way that no one would ever wish. And Rachel just deserved more than the time she was given. And I think this law is a great step in the right direction to make sure that no family has to go through what the Hungers have gone through. And I think that that's kind of shown as people have spoken about, you know, the 1 in 13 people that do have allergies. And I think it does need to be taken more seriously, especially, you know, after losing someone who meant a lot to you, and someone I considered one of my first friends when I transferred to the University of New Hampshire. I think that's all I have to say. I apologize for my stuttering. I was just a little nervous to speak, but I am able to answer any questions if anybody has any for me.
Well, thank you for sharing. It's very important to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Colleen Smith, who, Department of HHS. Great.
Hello, thank you, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Colleen Smith. I'm the administrator of the food protection section within DHHS, and I'm here just to let you know that I'm available to answer any questions that you may have with regard to current food safety regulations in New Hampshire.
Well, the big question we're having right now is does this totally mirror the one that is the state regulation? And I guess the question was, do the state regulations say all menus and boards, and then the idea of that there's a full-time person on duty?
So I'll answer the first question with regard to the menu board. So with regard to the menu advisory that is required for raw or undercooked foods, that the statement is brochures, deli case, or menu advisories, label statements, table tents, placards, or other effective written means.
That sounds like all. Okay.
So
and,
so I certainly I'm aware that this bill proposes rulemaking requirements, so it is possible that we could clarify the menu board aspect in rule, or if there was additional language in the statute that would work as well to further define out menu or menu boards.
Okay, great. And then the full-time person on duty, there's somebody on duty all times? Full-time?
So currently the New Hampshire rules for the sanitary production and distribution of food has incorporated the FDA Food Code, the 2017 version, into its regulation. And so that requires the person in charge to be a certified food protection manager. And as was mentioned in previous testimony, that certified food protection manager training does include food allergy recognition, awareness of symptoms, and the expectation is that that person in charge transfers that knowledge to other food employees under his or her supervision during their shift as their duties relate to food allergen awareness. So there are a few types of establishments that are currently exempt from the requirement, and those are those that don't have minimal or no food preparation. So examples would be like a dollar store that might have a food license because they sell milk and eggs, but they don't have food preparation, or a seller of meat, a farm stand that's just selling meat and poultry in a refrigerated or a freezer scenario. Those currently do not have to have that certified food protection manager training. So other food establishments do currently have that requirement. If hopefully that answers your questions, but happy to take any follow-up.
Okay, I think that's it. All right, well, thank you very much. Any other questions for Ms. Smith? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your testimony. Chair will call on Kendra Middleton. I'm gonna pull you up here, Kendra.
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good morning.
Oops. Oh, I did that. That was me. That was my bad. I hit the wrong button. I'll try you again. Did I lose you? Oh no. Uh-oh. They've done a bozo no.
Maybe she can reconnect and we can.
Yeah,
take
she's gonna have to reconnect. I can't believe I did it. Pictures moved on me, and that's how I get that. Good. Okay, so Deborah Middleton, you're on, so you can speak.
Yeah, yes, thank you. My name is Deidre Middleton. Although I am not a New Hampshire resident, I'm here today in support of passing the House Bill 65, Rachel's Law. In October of 2019, shortly after Rachel had passed away, I was at breakfast with my family members, and my 7-year-old nephew has tree nut allergies. The first thing I stated to the waitress was that we have a tree nut allergy, pointing to my nephew. She replied, "No problem. The only thing we have are pecans, and they are separated from the other foods." Not even 5 minutes later, she brings 3 containers of syrup for the pancakes my nephew ordered. We are all talking, and Cale is reading the container labels, and I hear him say, "pecan." I picked up the syrup containers and approached the waitress, pointing out the pecan syrup and explaining cross-contamination with food allergies can be fatal to people. I know she did not do this intentionally, and it seems like an innocent mistake to some people, but not to a person living with a food allergy. Having a designated restaurant employee trained regarding food allergies can prevent things like this happening in restaurants. It will save lives. We can't put a dollar amount on someone's life, and they deserve the right to enjoy a meal out. It's too late to help Rachel, but this bill could make a difference so other friends and family members do not have to suffer the loss of a loved one. Make a difference, be the miracle, and pass House Bill 65. And I'm open for any questions.
Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, Kendra, try again. I promise I won't throw you off.
I hope everyone has a warm mug of something and some warm socks on and a heater this morning because it is quite chilly here in New Hampshire. My name is Kendra Middleton and I am in favor of House Bill 65. Rachel Hunger was my best friend. And on March 19th, we went out to eat at a restaurant that we frequented all the time on campus in Durham. She consistently had the same order, and one time we go out to eat and there was cross-contamination. And after 2 EpiPens, as you guys know, the reaction wound up being fatal. The scariest part about allergies is that everyone's can change every few years. With more and more food becoming processed on different equipment due to keep up with demand of the population, allergies are becoming more and more prominent and more severe. With more allergies coming up, the amount of people affected is going to continue to grow, especially here in New Hampshire. This past October, after 24 years of life, I found out that I have a deadly food allergy to artificial dye. 24 years of life I had survived without having a reaction. And one night at home with my roommates, had I arrived to the hospital 5 minutes later, I would have been Rachel. And I promise you that after my experience, I know what anaphylaxis looks like. And thank God that I did, because it quite literally saved my life, even though I couldn't save hers. Food allergy stats from the American Academy of Allergy and Asthma and Immunology. Food allergies affect 8% of adults, 6% of children 0 to 2, 9% 3 to 5, 8% 6 to 13, and 8.5% between 14 and 18, and 38.7% of reactions are severe, even if never having one before. And 30.4% of people have multiple food allergies. And numbers are getting worse, like I said, due to population and demands of food. Why Are restaurants important in this equation? One, it's unrealistic for people to never go out to eat. I travel for a living, and I can tell you that if I didn't have the option to go to restaurants, I wouldn't be able to do my job and keep a roof over my head. Two, with an allergy to dyes alone, I never know if I can even have pasta sauce or edamame out at a restaurant, and I don't think it's outrageous to ask people to understand what they are putting on the table in front of people. Three, sometimes, not always, but you have a waitress who doesn't seem to care, doesn't know, or doesn't really want to find out what they are putting in front of you, and that is fatal. Fourth, this is a minimal cost to restaurants, and you, like my mother said, you can't really put a dollar sign on people's lives. And lastly, this is life or death. And it's not something that is likely to grow out of. You know, when you're a kid, you think people are going to grow out of peanut allergies, but it's more likely that someone is going to grow into an allergy. And this could prevent not another 21-year-old from dying, literally anyone. So today, you have the opportunity to be on the right side of history, to save lives, and to change the amount of your population that is affected by this and children that are affected by this. You are put in these seats to positively impact your community. And today, I hope you choose to positively impact your community of New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you. We do have a question if you're willing to entertain one.
Absolutely.
Representative Abramson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you happen to know if Durham is one of the towns that's exempt from state requirements because they use their own process?
I am not sure. I would assume not, because this was a restaurant that before we had informed her of her allergy and she continued to order the same menu items, which is why on this particular occasion, she did not inform them, because they were things that she had ordered on menus before.
Follow up?
Further question, may I inquire?
And would you also be open to an amendment to the bill that attempts to accomplish the same thing?
Yes, I would. As someone who suffers with food allergies, I think it's important to pass this, because it affects not only adults, but children, and not only New Hampshire, but everywhere.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And again, I apologize for throwing you off.
That's okay. I'm used to it.
Right. Okay, Spencer Convoy? Conveni?
Hi there.
Hi.
My name is Spencer Coveney, and I'm a senior at the University of New Hampshire. I personally never knew Rachel, but her experiences deeply resonated with me. After hearing Rachel's story, I knew I had to share mine too in the effort to help. I have both a raw egg allergy and nut allergy, and these are both anaphylactic. My first weekend as a freshman at UNH, I went to get dinner at one of the dining halls. After one bite into a piece of shrimp cooked at the stir fry bar, I knew I instantly was in trouble. Thankfully, due to quick action, I was able to get help from an EMT before going into anaphylaxis. I went to the dining hall knowing my allergies, knowing how anaphylaxis works, knowing how to assess food for risk, but due to improper cleaning and knowledge of cross-contamination by a staff member, I left the dining hall on my first weekend of college, headed into an ambulance. On a Saturday afternoon, I headed to downtown Durham to get food with my girlfriend. After back and forth of me explaining my allergies to the server, the restaurant decided that they could not serve me. Let me say that again. I was explaining my allergy to the server. I was leaving my anaphylactic allergy to the server, who did not understand my common egg allergy. All I asked was that my food be cooked on a separate and clean surface, which is common food allergy protocol. On a different day, I headed to Portsmouth to get food with a group of friends. I did my part in telling the server my allergies, like I do every single time. After them coming back to my table to ask exactly what my allergy was 3 times, they brought our table's food out, but mine did not come. They had the manager come over and explain that he did not know enough about the allergy to cook my meal safely. I asked myself as I watched my friends enjoy their meal in front of me, how does the manager of a large restaurant not know enough about a major allergy, which was egg, to refuse to serve a customer? Therefore, staff members need to be educated and trained. Simple education can lead to improvements for customers' experiences. This is a common feeling for people with allergies. And if this continues, there will be another story of someone losing their life. Simple training of staff to understand common allergies will help prevent reactions and will save lives. My friend and classmate in high school lost her life to an allergy reaction. Rachel also lost her life as well. I'm here to share my story of a different perspective of being refused to be served, but also here to help save lives from allergy reactions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's quite a pick. Eggs got to be a nightmare. I don't even know what do you use to replace eggs with?
Nothing. There's not much to replace them with.
Can't make mayonnaise without eggs. Oh my God, I'm sorry. All right, I will now call up, Barbara Higgins. Yeah, go ahead, Barb. Yep.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Barb Higgins. I live here in Concord. I met Jen Hunger, Rachel's mom, because I lost a daughter as well, not to food allergies, but to a death that was completely preventable. So preventable death for young people is important to me. But I'm going to speak to you today as somebody who understands to some extent the political process of making change. I'm on the school board in Concord. So if any of you know, the last couple of years in the Concord School District have been horrifying. We've had horrible things happen in our district that affect young people. Sitting on a board, an elected board, being challenged with the task of keeping children safe is a huge responsibility. So I'm going to ask all of you as legislators here to take out the details of what food allergies do on Tuesday versus Friday, and how different is an egg allergy to a peanut allergy. Those things aren't the issue in this bill here. Anytime we have a tragedy, society does the right thing and looks at what can we do to change the outcome for future families. What killed my Molly shouldn't have to kill other people. What killed Rachel shouldn't have to kill other people. I'm old, I'm 57. So in the early 80s, I was a cocktail waitress, and that was a time when everybody drank, lots of alcohol everywhere. My dad put it in his car driving to the golf course. It was a very, very different time. And then we had Mothers Against Drunk Driving, and we had a nationwide drinking age of 21. And if you all will recall, that change was met with a lot of pushback. People didn't want to change. Change isn't easy. Change can be difficult and uncomfortable. But to those moms and dads who lost children to drunk driving, it was imperative that we as a culture make a change, and we did. And now we don't think twice about things. Local bars don't overserve patrons anymore because they realize there's a liability to them. The next thing that comes to mind for me is when we were redoing Main Street downtown. All of the hubbub and the talk about how to make all of our stores handicapped accessible. Sure, I have 2 legs that work, so what do I care if there's a ramp or not? Well, how lucky am I that my legs work? But to someone who's confined to a chair and wants to have a donut or a bagel or buy a book, getting into the store is incredibly important. So as a school board member, looking at policies around hiring educators, around holding educators accountable for appropriate behavior, around making sure they're teaching in a way that services all students and not just those that are lucky enough to learn in a normal way, I spend hours and hours pondering the children that are different. So all of the details of this bill, we could go round and round for hours. It's too specific. It's not specific enough. Can we put stickers on every menu? What about if you call online? Absolutely. These are things to consider, but they have nothing to do with passing this bill. Knowledge is power. We take a step for Rachel, and somebody else's Rachel is going to benefit from that. Obviously, I'm in huge support of this bill. I relate as the mother of a child in heaven. I relate as a board member who worked really hard to protect children. And I represent someone that if I had a lobster, it would be very, very ugly. So I have it all. I'll end with an experience that my daughter Gracie had on Christmas Eve. She had a muffin. And according to the ingredients of the muffin, she's not allergic to any of them, but she ended up EpiPendant at the ER. The owner of the bakery, a small Concord establishment, said to me, I never lose a sale on an item without nuts. I can't tell you the number of muffins I haven't sold if they have nuts in them. So I do feel this type of education and legislation will improve service at restaurants and improve revenue because, again, we don't lose money on allergy-free foods and products. So I would encourage you to pass this bill. Take the checking off every little detail hat and put on the common sense hat. And know that educating and training our restaurant staff will only be a good thing. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see Jennifer Hunger is here. Okay. And hi. Welcome back to the
I'm on my daughter's computer, so bear with me for a second. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know how to operate this one. Hi. I had so many things I wanted to say, and honestly, I just really want to address a couple of things. I want to say that I had 6 days between finding out that this committee was meeting over this bill and this morning, and you can see the amount of people that I was able to connect with who feel so strongly about this that they wanted to speak. The amount of people I could get if I had more than 6 days would be daunting. If this issue affects 1 in 13 people, then imagine the amount of people that it touches that don't have the allergy, that just care about that 1 in 13 person. If you don't have that person, I'm grateful for you. But, I no longer have that person. So I can go to a restaurant and not necessarily think about food allergies like I used to. But the amount of people who have reached out to me in the last 6 days in support of this and shared their story with me just made me remember all of those other people's Rachels that might be helped with this bill. It's not, I don't want this bill to be seen as something that is putting a burden on a restaurant. I think that the idea that the person with the allergy is suddenly going to be able to go out and dine and feel safe is a myth. We never feel safe. All we would hope is that there would be some sort of collaboration between the staff at the restaurant and the person with the allergy to do the best that they could to prevent a tragedy from happening. Does it eliminate risk? Of course not. And the person who's taking the risk, I can assure you, knows that they're taking a risk. But the expectation that maybe the rest of the community could support them in making an educated decision about what they're eating and make them feel like maybe the risk is a little bit smaller is all that we're hoping for. The only other thing I want to say is that EpiPens and epinephrine is touted as like the thing that's going to just epi, just eat it. And if it had it, then you just EpiPen. My daughter had 2 EpiPens and the ambulance made it in 3 minutes to UNH. And that was not enough. So epinephrine is great and it has saved a lot of people. It doesn't necessarily always save you. So that just speaks to the seriousness of the food allergies, in that there is no vaccine, there is no cure, there is no anything. And these people, this is their daily life. Every day that they eat something, they're at risk. So if this could just lessen the risk, that's our hope. Thank you.
So glad you got on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no questions, we thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, Barbara. Okay, so now I have 2 more left. I have Marie Hodgkins.
Hi.
Good morning.
So just thank you all for being here, listening to everybody's different opinions. I, for one, am absolutely in favor of House Bill 65, Rachel's Law. I was a friend of Rachel's, lucky enough to say that. Pretty much here today, I just want to say that to me, this law is just a way to ensure that people that want to go out and have a bite to eat at a restaurant can do exactly that. They can just have the night be a nice outing, eating what they want, doing what they want, because people with allergies are going to do what they need to do to make themselves feel better, but they shouldn't have to do everything by themselves. The burden shouldn't just be on them. People that are serving food should be aware of what is put in that food and what is being put on that table to someone that doesn't just dislike something, but it can in fact change or even end their lives. Someone like myself who's worked in a restaurant, I've seen firsthand that not everybody serving food running knows every item on the menu, let alone every single ingredient. And personally, I believe that that needs to change, because it's not just about like or dislike. It's literally a matter of life and death. And like so many have said before, it's not always realistic to say just don't go out to eat, because some people like Kendra travel for a living, or some people just enjoy going out to eat, and that shouldn't be something that's completely off the table. And I just going to keep it short and sweet. I'm in full support of this, and much love to the Hunger family always. I'll take any questions.
Thank you for sharing. Appreciate it. I have one person left. Jody Nelson. And Jody. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jody. Yeah. Oh, you muted and unmuted yourself. Try unmuting again. You're still muted, Jody.
Hi, I'm sorry about that. I had a little technical difficulty. Thank you for listening to me, and I'm in full support of HB 65. I tried to edit my talking points as best I can. Going to just read through it and hopefully not repeat too many things for sake of time. I became aware of the danger of food allergy the day I nearly killed my son at the age of 22 months. I gave him a peanut butter cracker, and within seconds, his body reacted. Coughing, face and eyes swollen like a boxer who was on the losing end of 11 rounds, vomiting and lethargy, and his little voice saying, "Help me, Mama." That was the day I understood how lethal food can be. My son's allergist told me it's likely a next reaction would be worse. We eat out at establishments and trust that employees and management of these establishments understand what food allergies are to minimize our risk. Sometimes we hit the jackpot with restaurants like T-Bones. The servers, kitchen staff, and management are all very educated on food allergy and take it very seriously. We are confident that these people are using the same care and making themselves aware of the ingredients in their food, how it was prepared in an outside facility prior to reaching their establishment, how they prepare the food in their kitchen, and how it is served to prevent cross-contamination. Just like I do every single time before a food item goes into my son's mouth. We have also stopped at food establishments, and when made aware of my son's peanut and tree nut allergies, we are made acutely aware we are a nuisance and told, well, that food doesn't have nuts. And we have walked out without eating. We cannot trust our son's life to an establishment like that. Generally, I think it's not so much a lack of care, but rather a lack of understanding. Many people think that as long as we have the EpiPen, we are fine. If he starts to swell up, just jab him. The reality of the EpiPen is that it's just buying your time to get to the hospital. And just like Rachel, it's not a cure, and it's not a guarantee that it will save my child's life. This legislation is crucial to implement, along with other food handling education. Food protection manager would be an employee who would be the allergy expert on duty, crucial to understanding and communicating. According to foodallergy.org, childhood hospitalizations for food allergies tripled between the late 1990s and mid 2000s, and unfortunately allergies aren't going away. Due to our diligence and the responsible actions of the restaurants we frequent, and by the grace of God, our son has never had another anaphylactic reaction. But the reality is that my son could be just one French toast, sirloin steak, macaroni and cheese order from serious injury, illness, or the worst nightmare for any parent of a child with anaphylaxis, death. Therefore, I implore you to please let Rachel's life mean something great and protect other anaphylactic food allergy people. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, I guess we're all set. Thank you very much. I have no more hands up, so I will close the public hearing. We had 252 people and sent response in support, 7 opposed and 2 are neutral. And with that, we'll close the public hearing and move on to our last bill, House Bill 618, relative to the sale and distribution of polystyrene food service products. So I'd ask those who are going to speak on this bill to please raise your hand. And I'm gonna go get my notes for this bill. Okay. All right, Judith, I'm gonna pull you up here. And Representative Sprang, welcome back to the Commerce Committee.
Great. I don't see myself, Representative Hunt.
Well, that's true. We can't see you either. You have to turn your video on. There it is.
Lucky you. Yes.
Oh, you turned it off. Oh no, you just moved on. These screen's moving around on me.
Okay. I will, as they say, in the interest of time, out of an abundance of caution, I will try to keep this brief. We also have a lot of people who have a lot more information than I think is that you need to hear from me. So I will try to introduce this bill as briefly as possible. I sent the testimony to the committee, I thought last night, but Commerce apparently has 2 M's in it. So I had to try again this morning. So you should have my testimony. You've probably heard, by the way, this is a duplication of House Bill 1564, which was passed by this committee last session and passed by the House, and it suffered the tabling by the Senate, as many of our good bills have. You've probably heard that you should never heat up food or beverage in a styrofoam cup because there are toxins that will be released in the food. But we buy hot beverages and prepared food in these containers routinely. After all, that's the principal reason why we use styrofoam, is it retains heat and cold. Styrene is the toxin that styrofoam is made from, and it has been found to leach into food. Foam cups lose weight each time they're used as we ingest the styrene. Volatile styrene monomers are found in the shells of eggs that are stored for 2 weeks in polystyrene containers. And dishes cooked with these eggs contain 7 times more ethyl benzene as styrene than those that are packed in other containers such as cardboard. The manufacturer of polystyrene is the 5th largest creator of hazardous waste, both liquid and solid. Now, one of the things that got me very interested in this is that the fact that styrofoam products comprise an offensive amount of litter that we're seeing along roadways. And I spend a lot of time on the sea and on the beaches and floating in masses on the ocean, completely unnecessary. Others who testify will tell you about the widespread styrofoam debris that happens when it breaks up into smaller pieces and gets either wind or water carried, and it causes cancer and digestive problems for wildlife. There's no way to get rid of it. It can't be readily composted, it can't be recycled, and if it burned, it releases 57 chemical byproducts. This probably doesn't surprise you. In 2017, New York City released its determination on the recyclability of food service foam. In summary, it said, for 30 years, attempts to recycle food service foam, both subsidized and non-subsidized attempts, have failed at each step of the recycling process. The municipalities and programs that DSNY research tell a very clear story, and I'm still quoting. Food service foam is not capable of being recycled in an environmentally effective or an economically feasible manner. Again, to quote from this report, the municipalities found that food service foam compacts in collection trucks, breaks into bits, and becomes covered in food residue, making it worthless when it arrived at a recycling facility and contaminating other recycled materials as well. It blows throughout the material recovery facility, missed by manual sorters, mistakenly moves with the paper material, and contaminates other valuable recycling streams, namely paper, which can be our most valuable commodity in a recycling program. Food service foam is too costly to clean and process compared to the virgin material. And that comes from the 2017 New York City study. Stores and food service businesses are already using paper products to replace styrofoam. Thank goodness we can get coffee where it actually tastes good. It's doable. We need to pass this legislation to take a first very achievable step toward eliminating polystyrene from New Hampshire and beyond. I would be happy to answer questions about the mechanics of the bill.
Great. We do have questions. And we'll start with Representative Burrows.
Yes, and thank you for taking my question. You might have started to touch on this when my phone started ringing, so if I missed it, I apologize. I'm wondering if there are eco-friendly alternatives to the styrofoam, and how do they compare price-wise?
There absolutely are. I think that we've already seen it. When you buy coffee now, you're very unlikely to get it in styrofoam. You're more likely to get it in paper products. I actually contacted a country store that exports a good deal of its material. So I bought some cheese from them, and it was sent out, and it needed to be kept cold. And I said, surely you need to use styrofoam for this. And they said, we wouldn't think of it. We use shredded cardboard products. So it's entirely doable. Styrofoam is like many things. It's very cheap. The hydrocarbon industry is anxious to make it because it uses up hydrocarbons that they are anxious to find new outlets for. But the impact, and I think other people will talk to you about what happens when it gets into our environment and how much it costs to clean it up, shows that there is a bigger financial issue than just the cost of that cup to the manufacturer. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, Representative Fargo is next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Representative Spang. Could you speak to the exemptions in the bill and explain why these exemptions are here?
Yes, the exemptions, which you'll notice is the factory sealed packaged shelf stable foods and uncooked meat, fish, and poultry and seafood, are health issues. We want to make sure that we're able to, particularly with the uncooked meat, fish, and poultry, it is a good way to make sure that what is leaving the factory is indeed getting to the stores in a sanitary way. So it was felt that needed to be an exemption for the time being until we can find some other way to do that. Also, the little country store that I was talking to said, well, sometimes we get things that are come to us packaged in styrene. And what are we supposed to do about that? And is it okay for us to accept these? And it seemed that if it's, we can do what we want to control what's happening to styrene within our own borders to start. And hopefully that will be spreading. And I know it is spreading. There are probably 5 states that have already banned polystyrene food containers, and more than just food containers.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Representative Abramson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So apparently polystyrene is, if you heat it up too much, it can release chemicals into the food, is one of the problems I noticed. Is it a problem for cold foods? I know when I go to my, volunteered at the local community table, that they used polystyrene containers a lot for to-go items when they had recycle, when they had leftover foods and whatnot. Those are usually cold or have cooled down. Is that a problem for lower temperature foods?
Thanks for your question, Representative Abramson. I think that the finding that eggs stored in styrofoam containers probably answer that question. I was able to cite some statistics about how many toxins migrate from the eggs into the polystyrene, even though they're kept chilled. But of course, I don't know. I was raised to never put a styrofoam container in the microwave, for example. But the cold is something that was new to me too, Representative.
All right, thank you very much.
Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you believe that some of us have stopped frequenting restaurants that will use polystyrene for takeout? Johnson's Dairy Bar won't change their position, in a number of other restaurants, and we choose not to go there anymore.
I would believe that. Thanks for your question.
Those are the questions we like. Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. It's always a pleasure seeing you, Judith.
Thank you. The feeling is mutual.
Okay. So I will now ask Christiana Dublin to. There you go. You're on. Oh, you just muted yourself. Yeah, muted.
Yeah, sorry. It said that it wasn't connected to my computer audio.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Chairman Hunt and distinguished committee members. My name is Christina Dubin. I'm a resident of Portsmouth, a Carsey School graduate student, and a volunteer with Surfrider Foundation's New Hampshire chapter. I'm speaking today in support of House Bill 618. Expanded polystyrene foam is toxic to produce, and its chemical components bioaccumulate once they're in the body. Due to either food contamination or economics, EPS foodware is not recycled, and it easily fragments into tiny, lightweight pieces, impossible to contain, and non-biodegradable. All of this adds up to a high social cost that is currently not factored in. Therefore, we see that EPS containers are cheap and thrown out after just a single use. New Hampshire would not be alone in taking action on this public and environmental health threat. As Representative Spang noted, 5 other states have passed or enacted legislation banning the use of polystyrene foam foodware, even in the face of this ongoing pandemic. I'm proud to say that Portsmouth, my city of residence, has joined many other municipalities throughout the country by enacting a polystyrene foam foodware ban as of this past December 31st, 2020. And as a customer of Portsmouth restaurants and cafes over the past 8 years, I've personally witnessed that those that choose not to use polystyrene enjoy a high degree of patronage, specifically because of their choice to implement other alternatives. New Hampshire's landfills are nearing capacity, Both tipping and transport fees increasingly weigh on municipal budgets. The need for source reduction has never been greater, and it aptly sits at the top of our state's waste management hierarchy. Section 2 of 149-M states that the general court declares its concern that there are environmental and economic issues pertaining to the disposal of solid waste in landfills and incinerators. It is important to reserve landfill and incinerator capacity for solid waste which cannot be reduced, reused, recycled, or composted. So under 149-M, municipalities are currently allowed to regulate solid waste without explicitly, laboriously, or needlessly listing every waste item. Polystyrene is an item we can reduce, where any net impact is offset both by societal and waste disposal costs. I think that this is a small common sense step in the right direction, and I very much appreciate your time and consideration to favorably vote this bill out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a question. Representative Abramson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I was just thinking, I live in Seabrook and we're right on the border, and about half of our food delivery from the last bill, previous bill, half of our food delivery comes in from North Shore, Mass, and about half of it comes from businesses in New Hampshire. I'm wondering if this bill is meant to have an impact on food delivery. What happens if you have businesses, restaurants from out of state trying to make a delivery and they put their food in a polystyrene container?
I am going to actually defer to Representative Spang on that one. From my understanding, it's from takeout from businesses that are in state that are offering, that are packaging it rather for transport from that restaurant.
Follow up?
For the question, may inquire.
Okay. Well, I guess for whomever wants to take it, wouldn't that put New Hampshire businesses, New Hampshire restaurants especially, at a disadvantage, since it might only apply to businesses in New Hampshire and not Maine, Vermont, or Massachusetts?
I would note here that Maine, has similar legislation. So, although you could say other states, it's a matter of time. This is happening in surrounding states. So
I would say in the bill, there is a section 3. This section shall not prohibit a person from reusing polystyrene packaging received from products distributed from out of state. Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. The chair will change a little. Let's go to those who are opposed to the bill. And I'm now calling up Omar Terry. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, good morning, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. My name is Omar Terry. I'm with the American Chemistry Council, and I am here to respectfully oppose HB 618. As you all know, especially when it comes to restaurants, this is a terrible, absolutely terrible time to be considering banning polystyrene foam food service. Restaurants need every opportunity they can to continue to stay alive, and that includes with the food service where both polystyrene foam as well as alternatives. So restaurants are holding on for dear life, and every cent counts, and it is an extremely affordable option that continues to help restaurants in that area. But, there are people that are really concerned with diversion from the landfills and recycling. And so there are new advanced recycling technologies that are coming online to address polystyrene foam food service as well as plastics in general. It's an umbrella term called advanced recycling, but basically this technology is able to take polystyrene foam food serviceware and separate out the contaminants from like your General Tso's chicken in your polystyrene foam clamshell, and then turn that clamshell back into a new clamshell to be utilized again. So this technology not only recycles the product, but it also acts as a diversion technology to help out with landfill space. There are examples around the country where this is taking place. One is in Oregon by a company called Agilix, which is utilizing this when it comes to polystyrene foam cups at music venues. as well as all other types of food service throughout the state. Ineo Styrolutions is a company that is building a polystyrene recycling plant in Illinois that will be recycling 100 tons of polystyrene a day once it's operational. And then another example is in Georgia, where a company called Nexus Fuels is taking polystyrene as well as additional plastics and turning that into fuels and waxes and shipping that off to Shell Chemical so that they can utilize this new, polystyrene foam as well as other fuels that are coming from the feedstock so that they can divert from taking virgin material. So it's making that closed loop that we're looking for. I would like to point out that there are several states that have already passed advanced recycling technology bills to make sure this technology is seen as manufacturing. Most recently, Pennsylvania passed this law last year. In addition to Pennsylvania, Florida, Wisconsin, Georgia, Iowa, Tennessee, Texas, Ohio, and Illinois have also passed bills that would be pushing forward. And we would love to have something in the Northeast, possibly in New Hampshire as well. I want to keep this brief. I know you guys have had a lot of incoming and will continue to do so. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Okay, we do have several questions. Representative Burrows from the Inquirer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. O'Terry, for taking my question. And that is that the Department of Health and Human Services listed the styrofoam as carcinogenic, and that hot foods can start a breakdown, causing some toxins to be released into the bloodstream. Is that a concern of yours?
Okay, so that's a two-part question. If I can, take the time to answer that. First, when it comes to the possible carcinogen, there is a study out from IARC in Europe that moved it from a possible carcinogen to a probable carcinogen. One of the issues with the study is that IARC only uses what's called a hazard assessment as opposed to a two-step process, which also incorporates an exposure assessment. Most health departments around the world utilize that two-step process of not only is something considered a hazard, but at what point is it a hazard? And that's called exposure. And the reason why professionals do that, Representative Burrows, is because for example, with water is technically, drinking too much water is technically a hazard for the human body. So if you only stay with a hazard assessment, almost anything can kill you, right? But the critical piece is at a risk assessment, at what point does a substance become a concern and for exposure? And the information that is currently out in the field, we don't have a risk assessment on that level for styrene. In addition to that, I do know that there is a organization called the Styrene Information and Research Center. They are conducting a study and looking into the science of that to answer that very question, because the information that we have thus far over the past several years is just inconclusive. It is not appropriate for anyone to say yes or no on this topic. We do not have enough information. And so CIRC, the Styrene Information and Research Center, is taking steps in order to find some of that information out. To the second part of your question, I think it's very important for members of the committee to understand that styrene itself, which is totally separate from polystyrene foam, which we drink out of, styrene monomer, it's a naturally occurring substance. You will intake styrene every time you eat a strawberry, every time you eat steak or beef or have cinnamon. It is a naturally occurring substance. And so when you have people that are going to testify that say that there's a migration between polystyrene and the body, they might have had a strawberry that day that would impact those results, right? And so it's very important to understand that polystyrene foam is an inert substance. Like very, very little, if anything, is going to be passing between you and that cup. And the evidence that we do have, which is called a migration study, suggests that it is well far below any threshold that you would be getting from eating naturally occurring food. Did that answer your question?
It did. Didn't give me a warm and fuzzy feeling, but thank you.
Okay, Representative Grecian is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Terry. The question I have, are you familiar with the process of photo degradation? And if so, could you explain it?
Very broadly, Representative Gretchen. So I will, in the very broadest of terms, photo degradation is basically how does a substance break down when it is in sunlight? And, how quickly does it break down? And, how quickly, how fast, and, how efficient does it break down in sunlight? There was a study by the Woods Hole, I think it's Woods, there's a study from a Massachusetts institute, the Woods Hole Institute, that suggested that in sunlight, polystyrene foam specifically broke down a lot faster than otherwise known. And so what I will do is I will forward that information to the committee so that you all have that information. And they're still doing some research, but the research that came out of the study suggested that under that photo breakdown, basically it was going to break down much, much faster than otherwise known or, previously understood. But that's my general understanding. I'm definitely not an expert on it.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Representative Aronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I keep thinking of the example of the hot coffee in a polystyrene cup. They use polystyrene sometimes as kind of like a thermos, like an insulator. Do you happen to know what the temperature is where polystyrene starts releasing chemicals into the beverage?
So I'll have to get back to you on that, Representative. Because polystyrene is an inert, it's an inert material. It's not supposed to be releasing chemicals to you at all. And so I want to make sure to drive home the fact that styrene monomer, the substance that polystyrene foam is made from, and the polystyrene foam cup that you're drinking out of, they are totally separate. They are as separate as sugar is from wood, right? Both sugar and wood have cellulose, but they're a different form, and they do different things. And so it's very critical to understand that a warm coffee in a polystyrene foam cup is not going to transfer styrene into your body. If anything, it would be if you've added some cinnamon into the coffee. The cinnamon in the coffee might be the styrene, that might be the trigger to have any type of migration from the cup to you. But the polystyrene foam cup, it's an inert material. The migration is not going to really occur at a measurable level that would impact your health. There are studies on that migration that are there. But to your specific question about at what temperature, I'll have to get back to you as to that on the migration study.
All right, thank you.
Representative Belo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Once again, could you give me the name of the group that you represent?
The American Chemistry Council.
All right. And who do you represent?
So I represent the Plastic Food Service Packaging Group within the American Chemistry Council. So our members are plastic converters and resin producers.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, seeing no more questions for Mr. Terry, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you all for your time, and I hope you stay warm.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Chair, we'll call up John Swan. And promoting you, John. And I guess I should have done it sooner. Okay, you just have to unmute yourself and you're good to go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is John Swan. I come from Dalton, New Hampshire, up in the North Country. and I am the founder of Save Forest Lake. It's a group. We're in the midst of a landfill battle up in the North Country, and that's the perspective I bring to you today relative to my support for House Bill 618. We've been involved in this landfill battle to save Forest Lake and Forest Lake State Park from an encroaching landfill for the past 2 years. And I can tell you that polystyrene foam is a product that goes straight to the landfills. It's not being recycled. And if you're familiar with the waste hierarchy, landfilling is obviously at the very bottom of the waste hierarchy. So I support House Bill 618, and I ask you to as well, because this is a step in the right direction. The state of New Hampshire needs to get serious about our solid waste policies. I don't know if you're aware, but the solid waste plan for the state has not been updated since 2003, and the state has failed miserably relative to those waste reduction and waste diversion goals. So I feel that obviously, as a member of society and someone involved in this type of fight, we need to get serious about reducing the amount of waste we generate as a society. So I feel that House Bill 618 is a step in the right direction. It's a product, it involves a product that goes straight to the landfill. And of course, if you're like me and you like to take walks, you're going to find styrofoam cups littering the landscape, our scenic landscape. So, and I will say this, if anything does come out of this hearing, I hope those of you who use single-use, convenient, disposable cups will get away from that and start using reusable hot and cold cups. I mean, think about it. We all have to do our part to reduce what we waste as a society. So I ask you to please support House Bill 618 as ought to pass. Thank you very much. And save Forest Lake.
Thank you. And for those of us who listen to public radio, we just heard about the Conservation Law Foundation's lawsuit. So we all heard about that in 2003.
Not going to go away.
Yes. Any questions for Mr. Swan? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
And last but not least, I have Bruce Berkey, who I assume is sitting in for Henry Vayu.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Good
All
morning,
right.
Bruce.
You can be seen and heard, I hope.
And it's still morning. Good. Yes, great. Hi.
Well, I'm not sitting in for Henry. I am here this morning on behalf of a company called Techniplex. They own a subsidiary called Dalco Packaging. And Dalco Packaging is the leading manufacturer of polystyrene foam egg cartons in the United States. They manufacture foam poultry and meat processor trays, food service trays, apple trays, and pear trays, as well as other custom packaging solutions. I'm here today to echo some of Representative Spang's comments, and certainly the actions taken by the legislature last year relative to House Bill 1564. 1564 was a very similar bill that we worked with Representative Balch on, former Representative Balch. He was the prime sponsor of 1564, and he agreed with us that eggs should be included in the language of the bill, and that is how the bill passed the House last year before being tabled in the Senate. We're suggesting a couple of amendments this year, one for eggs and one for raw produce. In correspondence that I sent to you, I sent a letter from Mr. George Braden, who is with Dalco Packaging, and on the second page or reverse side of a page, if you printed it out, it would have the proposed amendment that we are suggesting for the bill. But raw eggs, raw meat, raw produce, there's a pretty complex supply chain as they move into your supermarkets throughout the state of New Hampshire. They're often packed in large centralized facilities for reasons of cost and food safety. And, you know, we're asking that eggs be included because while Representative Spang's bill does have language in there addressing materials that come from out of state, this language that we're adding for just eggs in general, it would treat all egg and produce production similarly. If we did not add that, then any production within New Hampshire would be disadvantaged versus those shipping eggs or produce into the state. We sympathize with the concern over solid waste and the environmental impacts of litter. They're important issues for all of our municipalities and throughout the state. But polystyrene foam egg cartons, trays for various types of meat, and apple flats are not normally found in roadside litter. I know I never have, and I would imagine that most people do not buy a carton of eggs and eat the eggs on their way home and toss the carton out the window. So to adhere to interstate commerce regulations, we're asking for these amendments. We think that they're reasonable. They're very similar to what this House passed last year. And if the bill is to move forward, we would urge you to include that language. I'd be happy to try and address any questions. Certainly there have been some technical ones that I know I won't be able to answer, but I would endeavor to find answers for you. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Thank you. Representative Abramson has a question.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm thinking about my local grocery store. They have quite a few items that come in, obviously eggs and whatnot that are brought in that come in polystyrene containers. But that you also have businesses that have some of their food products that are prepared maybe over the line in Massachusetts and then sent up to stores in New Hampshire. Are those businesses going to have to take every single food item from the polystyrene container and transfer them over, handling the food? Is there going to be an unintended consequence of this bill?
Thank you, Representative Abramson, for the question. My understanding, my reading of the language in the bill would be that if that product is arriving at the supermarket in Seabrook, prepackaged from, say, Massachusetts, and it has polystyrene packaging, then there would be nothing that the owner of that store would have to, or manager of that store would have to do. They could sell that product as is. But if the local farm was producing, sending apples in a polystyrene tray from, I don't know, Kensington, that would not be permitted. That farmer would be at a disadvantage in terms of the types of materials that they could use versus the farmer, apple farm in Amesbury, Mass.
Follow up?
Well, yeah, just so you know, you need to look at if you look at the bill, the sections 2 and 3. 3 specifically says that you do not need to repackage it if it came from out of state.
Right.
But so you have a further question or a different question?
Well, my question was about what happens in places like Starbucks, where they, to avoid the sales tax, they have the food prepared on another site. So they then package sandwiches and prepared foods and then send it to a Starbucks store so they don't have to pay the meals and rooms tax.
They absolutely would have to pay rooms and meals tax if it's
right. They prepared off-site to avoid the tax. But then what happens if it comes in polystyrene? Does the store or restaurant have to dispose of the food, or they have to transfer it to a different type of container?
If the food was pre-packaged and assembled in Massachusetts,
it could be Massachusetts or New Hampshire. Once you have the food product there and you notice that it's in polystyrene, do you then have to trace back where the food came from? And if it came from a facility in New Hampshire, you then have to transfer the food into paper or some other container.
The way I read this bill and its language is that if it was assembled and packaged and produced in New Hampshire, you would have to have something raw or uncooked in there, which I would think eggs are uncooked. So I'm not sure why if we really do need the egg exemption, but I certainly don't eat eggs raw, except, I guess Elvis Presley did. But you have to read the exemptions to follow, Max. But it looks to me that it does appear that if the prepackaged meal came from Massachusetts in that styrofoam container, they could leave it and sell it in that. But if it was made in New Hampshire with that foam, that would be illegal under the statute, this bill.
Okay, I'm just.
I am not a lawyer, nor do I pretend to be one.
how you would take, you have something in a polystyrene container in the store or restaurant. How do you figure out where that one specific item came from if you're getting food from two different facilities?
That is,
or multiple facilities.
So I guess you're questioning the enforceability if you don't know where, who's going to enforce this and based upon where it come from. But
and to that point, Mr. Chairman, if I may,
yes.
In comparing House Bill 1564 to this year's House Bill 618, 1564 last year had a fiscal note relative to the bill. It was indeterminable based upon the review by Environmental Services, but they clearly were talking about enforcement issues and the need for staff. And so I'm not sure whether that would apply to 618. I sense that it probably would, but I would leave that for the committee's review.
It dodged the FN, didn't it?
It did.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Attorney. Representative Bealow has a question.
Yes.
The question is for you, Mr. Chair. Do we have someone from the Grocers Association on with us?
We do
that's going to
not-
testify?
We don't have grocers, but I do see Henry Vayu popped up. So we have restaurants, but we do not have anybody from the grocers.
Or anyone from the health department?
And nobody from the health department.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The chair will now call on, yes, thank you, Bruce. Call on Melissa Gates. Who is in support of the bill. And still morning. Good morning, Ms. Gates.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Melissa Gates, and I'm the Northeast Regional Manager and a lobbyist for the Surfrider Foundation and the Ocean. Speaking today on behalf of our New Hampshire chapter in strong support of this bill. And if there's any doubt about the recyclability of foam foodware, I'd direct your attentions to the lawsuit that Dart Container Corporation, which is the biggest foam foodware manufacturer in the US, has put considerable time and funding into to try to prove their argument that expanded polystyrene foam foodware is recyclable. And the American Chemistry Council actually spent over $800,000 on this as well in support of the New York City Restaurant Action Alliance, which rallied against New York City's foam foodware ban and later filed a lawsuit against New York City for that foam foodware ban, claiming that the material shouldn't be banned because it's recyclable. However, both of those failed, and New York City's Department of Sanitation issued a determination on the recyclability that it is, in fact, not recyclable. And the court upheld this determination, and New York City won their lawsuit because expanded polystyrene foam foodware is not recyclable. The Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute study referenced earlier actually stipulates to hundreds of years for EPS to photodegrade, as opposed to the previously thought thousands of years. And of course, the styrene that we're referring to here is synthetically derived from fossil fuels, which is distinct from naturally occurring styrene. And this foam stuff, I mean, it is just pervasive, and it's consistently one of the top 10 items we pull from New Hampshire's beaches during our monthly cleanups. And scientists who study water quality can stipulate that a randomly taken 1 liter surface sample from anywhere in the Gulf of Maine waters averages 3 pieces of microplastics. So we know that plastic pollution is a problem. Significant human health concerns from the use of foam foodwares are seated in proven scientific foundations and are cited in the written testimony I submitted to this committee Friday. We know that toxic components from foam leach into food and drink, and that heat is a factor, but it's not the only factor. Alcohol and acidity also come into play, which means that when you drink coffee or alcohol, whether it's cold or hot, or you eat hot or greasy food out of a foam container, that you are in fact ingesting toxins at a level that the world's leading health experts tell us probably causes cancer. This alone really warrants government intervention to protect human health by passing laws to ban this toxic foodware. But then we can also add in the pervasive environmental concerns, including that this bioaccumulating toxin entering our waterways through intentional and non-intentional littering, leaching carcinogens into the water, being mistaken for food and ingested by aquatic wildlife that some humans then ingest. Further adding in that foam is wreaking havoc at our landfills and incinerators, where it ends up because foam foodwares cannot be recycled, and add that this material is so lightweight that it easily crumbles and flies all over the place with its non-biodegradable plastic nuisance that'll be with us for hundreds and hundreds of years. We can see very clearly why state after state is passing regulation to ban this stuff, even during a global pandemic. Multiple jurisdictions across the US and the world are banning foam foodware and allowing foam bans to come into effect right in the middle of this pandemic, which indicates the severity of the issue. And some restaurants are shifting away from single-use plastics, which is awesome, and some consumers are doing that as well, but the rate of voluntary compliance just isn't enough. And what's more, we know that the petrochemical plants that make foam are disproportionately situated in communities of color, making Black and brown people who live near these plants outside of New Hampshire sick, so that New Hampshire businesses can continue to use foam foodwares, which are then literally choking the life out of our watershed while exposing us all to cancer-causing toxins that many people mistakenly assume are safe because they're not banned by the state government. I hope you'll agree that it's time to take action by favorably advancing this bill, just like the states of Vermont, Maine, Maryland, New York, New Jersey, all counties of Hawaii have done to ban this stuff, and all of our adjacent states without current foam bans, including Mass, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, all have active legislation advancing, many of which would have passed in the last session, but not for COVID. And we also have multiple local laws banning foam foodware products across all those states that don't currently have active state legislation, or state law rather, banning the product. So I appreciate your time and consideration of this bill, and I hope that you'll vote it favorably forward.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions from the committee members? No, I don't see any, so thank you. And I'll now invite Henry Veilleux, who did appear.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Henry Veilleux, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. And I just say that, the restaurant members aren't tone deaf. I think they know that folks want restaurants to move on to environmentally friendly products. And some restaurants have already made that step. If you've been to a Common Man restaurant, they already do the paper straws. They've gone totally comprehensive. Other restaurants aren't able to do all that yet. And some of it does come down to cost. When you look at the alternatives, some can be 6 cents per unit difference in price. So it does have a cost impact. So I think the difference between the proponents of this legislation in the industry, I think, is the pace at which the change is going to happen. The proponents of this bill have July 1, 2022 as a drop dead date. Everybody's got to move over, which is 10 months away. And if you think about restaurants right now, and some of them hanging on by their fingertips, and takeout being basically the thing that's keeping them alive, many of which never thought they'd be doing this much takeout prior to COVID. So right now, their whole cost structure has just changed dramatically with COVID. And so I think the timing of this right now, particularly saying 10 months from now, everybody's got to change over when they're just trying to figure out how they're going to get through, the rest of the spring. Is summer going to be back to somewhat normal, with the new strains coming on? Are we still going to have the protocols in place? Are people going to want to go to restaurants? And so I think the timing of it right now just, is a challenge for a lot of restaurants that have been thinking about it, but want to make sure there's buy-in from their patron community that it's going to cost a little more. I think people that go to Common Man recognize, okay, we're making, investment in our environment, and they're happy, to pay the extra cost. So again, we're not tone deaf. I think it's just the pace at which the change is going to occur. That's where the difference lies. And we would argue that this bill saying 10 months from now, everybody's going to switch over when they're all just trying to hang on by their fingernails makes it difficult. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. We do have a couple of questions. Representative Bartlett.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Veu, then we would be able to count on your support if we made this July 1st of 2022. Is that correct?
If you could retain the bill.
Okay, no, that wasn't the question I asked you.
Again, we don't know when, I'd love to know when business is going to be back to normal. And that was one of the things, I was talking to Mike Summers, who's the president of the association. Even when we come out of this, I think there's still going to be some lag time when people are going to be so used to taking out. So I would prefer the committee retain the bill.
Ask a follow-up.
Further question, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we retain the bill and we change the date to July 1st of 2022, could we count on the New Hampshire Restaurant and Lodging Association to support this action?
I think the association would prefer that the members kind of do it at their pace. And again, I think a lot of restaurants have already moved over to other alternatives. I think, we'll get there. It's the hard, fast date, I think that.
So that would be a no.
I guess that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And I see no hands up. I had more people who said they wanted to speak, but I guess not that bad. All right. And it's 11:57. Unbelievable. Okay. So we will close the public hearing on House Bill 618. And we had 113 people in support and 13 opposed, with nobody being neutral. With that, we will adjourn the committee until for lunch and at 1:15. Unless anybody has any questions, everybody all set? The committee? Okay, we'll see you
at 1:30, Mr. Chairman.
1:30. Oh, okay. Did I do that? What did I do that for? Okay.
Small point, but I just wanted to throw it out there while we were.
What did I do?
together.
Well, I guess I was worried about those three were going to run over, and I put a little buffer in there. But okay, 1:30. We'll see everybody at 1:30. Thank you, Pam, for giving me.
Anytime.
And now I have Gail Page's hand is up. Uh-oh.
Pam, can I just ask if you're going to send a testifying list to us for this afternoon?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
I like to wait and to give people the morning if I can.
Yep, it's very helpful.
So Gail, I promoted you, but so you can talk to me, but we have adjourned the hearing. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up before. You have to unmute yourself. Are you there, Gail?
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Oh, okay, there.
I'm sorry, I did send in a card, I thought, that said I wanted to.
I had you on the list and I just didn't see you. And I guess I should have let you know you need to raise your hand for me to see you.
Okay.
So,
Sorry.
did you have written testimony?
I do. I hope it, I sent it to the Commerce.
Good. All right. So we've all got.
We got it. Thank you, Gail.
Okay, good.
And I apologize for not seeing you. Or didn't telling you to raise your hand, and your name is there probably, but I just didn't tell you to raise your hand. So I apologize, and I'm still learning how to do this.
Apology accepted.
It's not been my best day. So, but thank you very much, and we'll make sure everybody notes that you were in support of the bill. Okay. And I guess that's pretty much everybody. Okay.
Hey, Chris, did you just go out and shovel?
Well, I didn't exactly shovel, but I used my snow blower.
Oh, I don't even think the snow blower would touch this stuff.
Well, it's very heavy. It up here, we got about 2 inches, except where it blew, and then there's like a foot, and then it rained and sleeted on top of that. So it's like cement.
It is. It's total cement. I just did about 45 minutes of it and I'm exhausted.
Yeah, well, I used my machine, so I didn't use a shovel.
Oh. And Nita must be in the same boat. John, what's the snow like down your way?
Well, I'm not in New Hampshire.
Oh, we won't tell anybody. It's just between us.
What's that background?
Yeah, see, I'm always in Concord.
You could be in the Virgin Islands right now.
I could, but I don't know if the Zoom works internationally. I've noticed that there's some apps when I'm in the Caribbean, because I go there every winter, that there are times where there's some things I can't run because they say they don't work internationally. So like Pandora, I can't get my Pandora music when I'm in the British versions, but whether Zoom works or not, I don't know. But
Well, certainly you've heard from Ringe and you must know that they've gotten something.
I have to admit I have not, because we had a renter, and we have a renter who's been coming for years and years and years and years, and so they came in on Monday, and because they're usual, they've been there so many times, so I haven't heard anything. But the good news is that my employee, I insisted on him volunteering to help out with the vaccines, to help out the National Guard in Keene, and he got his vaccine yesterday. So,
good.
So he's so happy. I haven't heard from him today. No news. This is one of those. No news is good news.
So I went out to my chicken coop at lunchtime, and I don't know if you can see this, but
Oh, look at that. That's a funny looking chicken.
Oh,
it's a possum.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
It's a baby possum. I don't know how it got in there. All the doors were closed.
Oh,
aren't they?
Baby.
Won't it
No.
kill the chickens?
Did you know?
Look at this. Look at this.
He's sharing a
chicken was
bed.
fine.
Right? Yeah.
Funny.
Possums are allowed. It's cats that aren't allowed. So you're okay.
And weasels. Weasels will kill.
Weasels will kill.
Weasel, yeah, you don't want weasels anyway.
No, I've had a weasel and they killed many of my chickens one day, my baby chicks.
So
But,
did you-
and they
did you
don't
leave the
even eat
possum?
them.
Pardon me?
Did you leave the possum in there?
No, Jack and I took the possum out.
Escorted him
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, we had the gloves and we had a net and yeah, it's gone.
And you weren't short any chickens. How about eggs?
No. One egg had been eaten, but that's okay. I get about 10 a day.
That was
Wow.
nutritious. See, there are some people some things that eat raw eggs.
Oh, no.
Oh boy.
I took my dog for a walk. He went outside, lay down on his back, and he refused to move.
Mine wanted to stay out in a puddle.
Puddles. Yeah. Puppies love puddles.
Absolutely loves puddles, loves snow up to her ears. She bounces around in it.
It's a marvel. Yeah.
Well, it is invigorating to go out with a puppy for a walk. It really is. It's not like me strolling the neighborhood. It keeps me alert.
Well, yeah, we're having trouble getting ours to heel. She wants to be alpha and run forward, run ahead, and so we're trying to train it to heel. We have the leash, tight leash, and keep saying heel, give her the treat when she does. But it's been a challenge.
John, I'm working on something like that with my pup, and of course she's little, so she's not getting it. But what I'm doing is I just put my finger down at my side where I want her to be, and I walk like that.
Point.
And if I speed up or slow down, she does the same thing.
The only thing is distractibility. So if a squirrel goes by, my finger is like
You're
worthless.
lost. If a squirrel goes-
Right. But she does heal, and I use the word walk, but if my finger's down and there's no distraction, she will walk. So I'm figuring, if I'll keep
try,
building that.
try pointing. Yeah.
Yeah. She sees it as, and I have to tell her first to look at me. So I hold the treat up here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you got the treat.
And then,
You get the
yeah,
eye.
and then I keep the treat in this hand and my finger down, and she's catching on.
That's good.
Or she's not catching on to anything else, but pick your battles.
That's a good one to start with.
Yeah.
What kind of dog, John?
So we have a black lab, and we have another black lab who's 14 years old, and so this is sort of mini me, different breeder and everything, but they look very, very similar and very adorable.
I love labs.
And they are very faithful and honest, and they don't run away too much like my beagles used to do. I used to have beagles, and
I had a beagle.
they're a nightmare sometimes.
And they
Very
bark
cute when
too.
they're puppies, but when you can hear one howling around in the neighborhood, it's not so good. So, but well, that was not my best morning in terms of moving things along. Other than timing, was good. We get through there, but timing was good. But phone ringing and crisis.
Yeah, John, you owe $5.
Can't believe it. And I looked out and I had the red light was on it. So I don't know how but I'm at my summer house. So who knows? The technology's old and decrepit, and who knows what it's thinking.
Oh, you know what? That comment probably went right over the head of new members about the $5.
Right.
That
They might
Phone ringing.
Right. No, the $5.
If your phone rang during committee hearing, you had to put $5 in the coffee jar for coffee and chocolates.
Right.
I remember that well.
And the Commerce Committee always had plenty of money.
We did.
If Margie Smith said the word blurb, she had to put in $5.
So blurb, yeah, because you're not supposed to say blurbs, but there's no way I've been doing it for 30 years. There's no way I'll give up saying blurbs. But you know what I mean, right? Majority report. Yeah, what the heck is that? Blurb. I know what a blurb is. All right, it's 1:30, and I see the sponsors here, so I'm going to move them over. Promote it up to panelists. And good afternoon, Representative Yoakum.
Hello.
And because I did see Keith. Keith, you're on, right? My clerk.
I am on. I just have one thing to interject if I could.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
One of the speakers from last session called me during the break, Melissa Gates from
Yep.
the Surfers Association.
Yep.
She said people had signed up and they were expecting to be called to speak, but maybe you were relying on the hands going up and they weren't able to put hands up.
Yeah. So yeah. No, there was one person at the end there that wanted to that I missed, but I apologize to her. But I guess I didn't say raise hands, or I guess I was so marveled by the fact that we were right on time and no hands were raised. So
Yeah, I think it's just a learning curve for the Zoom thing.
yeah, for people, well,
For everybody, yeah.
I got it. Yeah, emphasize importance of raising hands. Okay, Representative Yoakum, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, I am Representative Josh O'Kella from Rockingham 33, which includes the towns of Brentwood, Danville, and Fremont. And I am here today to introduce my bill HB 207, repealing the regulation of household good carriers. That's specifically RSA 375A. And it is essentially a requirement that movers have a certificate of need. RSA 375A regulates household goods movers which operate only intrastate. The interstate household good movers are regulated by the federal government. the reason I call this statute a certificate of need statute is the issuance section RSA 35-A3, which states that a proposed service is required or will be required by the present or future public convenience and necessity. Otherwise, such application should be denied. And so there is a question in my mind of why we are requiring them to prove that there's going to be a future public convenience and necessity before they're allowed to go into business. Also, in my research, I found that there is only about 34 companies, moving companies, that fall into the requirements of this chapter. And both Maine and Vermont do not regulate household movers. And while the Department of Safety said that they receive about 1 to 2 complaints a year, most of which are resolved with just a phone call, I was not able to find any like rogue movers causing a problem in Maine and Vermont via my internet searches to see if that we are really stopping some widespread problems by having this statute here. I think that it just creates a barrier to entry for these people having to prove that they, it's future public convenience and necessity, especially when they're competing with national chains, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to bring this to the attention of the committee, and I hope that you would support the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So why do you want to repeal it?
Because it's a certificate of need that they have to prove that they
I
exist.
hate to say this, but using that term certificate of need, for those of us who've been in the legislature a long time, has a huge implication. Certificate of need is something we required of all hospitals to prove why they needed to add facility. So using that term is a little stretch. So you're simply saying this statute's not needed. Is that the purpose? You're saying
it's
you
not
don't really need it.
It's not need. Yes, thank you for the question. I mean, yes, I believe that it's not needed because other states don't have it and they don't have an issue with not having it. But also, I think it's a barrier to entry to require the people seeking the certificate of need to prove that their business is required by present or future public convenience and necessity, which is listed in the statute. Otherwise, their application for the certificate would be denied. So that is my issue with this statute at its root. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Representative Van Houten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Yokola. I must admit, I did some research on this last night to not much avail, and I'm still not sure from your explanation what the certificate of need is here. You're talking about moving companies. At present, under this statute, do they have to prove that there is a need for their service? Or maybe I should just ask more broadly. Would you elaborate on what you mean, please?
Okay, thank you for the question. I would point you to the last sentence of RSA 375A:3. So that is what is guiding whether or not these certificates shall be issued. And in that requirement, as I've alluded to and referenced a few times, there is a requirement that there only be a certificate issued when the commissioner decides or concludes that the proposed service that these people are trying to provide is or will be required by the present or future public convenience and necessity. Otherwise, the commissioner is required to deny the application.
Follow up, please.
Okay, further question, may inquire.
Thank you. So according to the statute as it exists, the statute that you want this section repealed from,
Yes.
it's possible that there's no need for movers? Is that the intent of the Perhaps
So here's what I did.
Up too
I just promoted up. We do have someone from the Department of Transportation, and I realized that you have a question and Representative Bartlett West have a question, but maybe we should hear from him and have him explain to us how they're treating that statute, and whether they really. Are you guys okay with having? So, Josh, would you just stick around in case we might have some more questions for you? But
Absolutely.
at this point, I think what I'd like to do is bring up Eric Marshall, who can maybe explain to us: is it really true that that you could reject someone because he couldn't really prove why we needed this mover?
Hello, my name's Eric Marshall. I'm from Department of Safety Road Toll Bureau. Yeah, we can. They have to go through a hearing.
Okay.
Really, the hearings office that decides whether they can be rejected, but I can't recall one ever being rejected in the 10 years that I've been in this position. So, yes, they can be rejected, but have I ever witnessed one? No.
Okay.
So, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, all right. So maybe that element of the statute is a little old and archaic, I guess. But what is the compelling safety issue for the state to regulate these drivers, regulate these moving companies?
I wouldn't be able to answer that right now, but I can get you an answer to that. Mostly through our Troop G is the one who does the enforcement on it. I'd have to know if they've ever had any safety issues, so I could ask them.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't recall, hearing any safety issues. We regulate, they have to submit tariffs and their rates and stuff like that. So really, that's what we monitor. So as far as safety is concerned with their vehicles and things like that, we don't do that in our section. Troop G does that.
So, but the safety would be they're just like any truck that's running around in New Hampshire.
Exactly. Yes.
You don't treat them any differently.
Nope.
So, okay. All right. So, Connie, Representative Van Houten, do you want to pursue your question now?
No, I think it's been clarified. I'm just stunned that this type of thing exists for movers and apparently not for a great deal of other people. So no, thank you. And thank you, John, for helping to clarify as well. Representative.
My assumption is that when you have federal regulating for interstate commerce, that someone along the line thought it was probably appropriate to make sure that in-state had a parallel law, much like the same thing we had with food safety. Representative Bartlett. You there? You got it? Oh, you just mute. There you go.
There, sorry. Phone rang just as you called me. I'm confused, I guess. So there's no one from the state that tells us why we have to have this. Other states don't have it. Are we the only state that has this certificate of need?
Thank you for the question. Actually, no. So there are 46 states or 44 states. So there are 6 states that do not have it. Of those states, we are bordered by 2 of them. Also, Alaska, Delaware, Utah, and Wisconsin don't have these types of regulations. They don't regulate them at all. But some of them do have the certificate of need type of language in there. In other states, like Massachusetts has a certificate of need type of language in their statute. But I didn't verify that all of the 44 other states had their certificate of need type of language in their statutes. But this is a 30-year-old statute, so it's.
May I ask just a follow-up question?
Further question, inquiry.
Thanks very much. I'm sorry to belabor this. So if 44 states have this requirement, and New Hampshire is presumably one of the 44, 6 states decided to get rid of it. Do you know whether it was recent that they got rid of this requirement? I mean, I am concerned that there's no one from the state that can answer why this is in place, I guess.
Yeah, but you
because
have to remember, Chrissy, the state, whenever we ask whether it's our insurance department, they can't take a position on policy. They're not
Oh, I
gonna
understand
tell
that.
you- So they can tell us what's the compelling reason to keep it. Maybe,
But that-
they
I mean,
say, well, we
that-
have a complaint once a year, but it's hard to get them to defend a statute that we passed.
I mean, that
Can I respond?
certainly that's my concern, is that I understand they won't take a position. I'm just concerned that we're one of what most of the states have, but there's nobody from the state saying why we have it.
Okay, would you believe? Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you for the question. And I did want to clarify my last statement that this statute hasn't been amended in the last 30 years. But I did ask, I did try and get information. I did ask OLS whether or not these 6 states that don't have the regulation, if they repealed it and when. And the OLS looked back as far as they could, and they didn't see that there was a repeal. And so it's possible that they just never had any requirement. And so, and obviously not all the statutes would be the same. So some states may regulate more or less than our state, but those 6 states, they did not find any statute ever existing for regulation of those household good movers. So hope that helps.
Representative Weston.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I actually was rather surprised to hear that there were several complaints every year, considering that there are only 34 companies doing this. And I'm wondering if you have a sense of what those complaints are and whether it's one particular company that's involved with the complaints, and whether repealing this would make that situation better or worse.
Okay, I guess that's for you, Josh, but.
It is for Josh. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the question. I would have to direct you to the department, and because I only asked how often they are coming up with issues. I did not ask which specific companies and get into the nitty-gritty detail of what each complaint was about. They just said that most of the complaints were solved with just calling the company. They didn't say that very often that they even needed to contact the troop to investigate more fully than just a phone call, but they would be better to answer that question, I believe.
Yeah, so Eric, can you help us out with that one, that question?
Yes, I can. The complaints that we get are mostly household good carriers that are certified with us, basically complaining about other household good carriers out there that are not certified.
So the number one complaint is that they don't have.
And so basically their competition is, they realize that they're not certified, they call us, we follow up, and we also forward it over to Troop G, and normally that leads to that company becoming certified with us, through the hearing process and everything, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So you're all set? Okay, then, so next up is Representative Herbert. Joyce and Connie, you guys are done. You want to put your hands down? Or you do have a question? Okay.
Yeah, my question is, well, first my observation is maybe there aren't that many complaints because there is a certification process you have to go through in order to get able to do that business. So what I'm getting at is if you have a truck and a couple guys that are brawny and you slap a banner on and said, "Moves are us," you're good to go. But I don't think that's the kind of criteria. I think there have to be some principles and criteria to get into a business. And that, I think, is what a certification process is. And so my question is, I'm not quite sure exactly what benefit is going to come to the public at large, because anybody who wants to doesn't need to get a certification in order to do a business. And that's the issue that worries me. And it may not sound, my question is, would you believe, I think that in most professional endeavors, there are certification processes that are required. And it doesn't surprise me that there is such a thing here when it comes to moving people's personal belongings, especially if you go across interstate lines. So I don't know what you hope to accomplish here.
Representative Hunt, you're muted.
I have a new person here, Bill Burke. It says New Hampshire SP. So is that New Hampshire State Police, Bill?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I am with New Hampshire State Police Troop G.
Okay.
I'm Troop
All
Commander.
right. You are Troop G then. Okay. So
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're going to continue questions, but I want you. This is an oddball hearing. I never had a hearing like this before, but it's sort of almost a subcommittee. But because we're all just trying to get our arms around this issue. So Connie, do you want to go, Representative Van Houten? You want to go ahead with your question?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Representative, for again indulging me. I'm just curious as to how this issue came to your attention. What brought your eye to this? It's not something that the average person would know about. Was there an issue or concern that brought you here?
Thank you for the question. So there is some agencies out there that look and rank state by state for how hard it is to get into certain types of fields and stuff, and the barriers that are there. And so it was brought to my attention through those types of organizations that said, okay, there's essentially a certificate of need type of thing here. And so that creates a barrier to entry where they have to prove themselves. And so that's an unusual hurdle that they classified as, pretty bad. So I wanted to bring it to the attention of the committee and the legislature as a whole.
But instead of just getting rid of that clause, you decided to just get rid of the whole regulation because, right?
Yes. So thank you for the question. Yes, I looked at the statute and I didn't see anything that really brought the safety to New Hampshire. And so, since there's other states that don't have it, I really didn't think that it was entirely necessary. And since as the department has just testified that the complaints really are just from other people not being licensed, not from nefarious actors.
Okay. Mr. Burke, I don't know what your title is, so what your could you help us out a little bit about the complaints and how many complaints, and is there any consistent one being complained, or is it really just people complaining that other unlicensed moving companies are out there?
Well, usually the complaint will come into Rotol because they regulate that.
That's right. Right.
I can tell you on the federal motor carrier side, because we enforce the federal motor carrier rules and regulations.
Oh.
We do all the truck enforcement. We're the truck guys out there.
Right. You're the truck. Yeah.
Household goods people are extremely regulated through federal motor carrier because of things that have happened in the past. Things like hostage freight happens where you pay a mover, say he gives you a quote of $2,000 to move your goods from point A to point B. If you cross state lines, you fall under federal motor carriers regulations, and federal motor carrier would deal with that issue. But if you move, say, from Nashua to Guilford, well, that's intrastate. Federal motor carrier is not going to get involved in that. So I believe, and I can't say it for sure, I just got notified about this today. this was all brought up in the 80s when this was kind of the hotbed thing. They would say, okay, we're going to charge you $2,000 to move your goods from point A to point B. So once they pick up your goods, they say, well, it took a little bit more than we had to do. So it's now $4,000 and you're not getting your stuff back until we get paid. So these rules and regulations came about due to things like that. And there's other things that I look at when I've looked at the statute today, like it mandates they have to have insurance. So if the truck catches fire with all your household goods inside of it, and this guy has no insurance, what's going to happen to all your stuff? Who's going to pay for all that?
Doesn't your homeowners cover that?
I don't know if your homeowners does or not, but I would want that carrier to be insured for all my stuff if the truck caught fire or got in an accident or something.
I would, not that I'm an expert on the subject, but I did have a camera stolen out of a car, and they told me I get that covered under my homeowners.
Oh, okay.
So I believe your homeowners use it. So, but it is true, if you're moving your whole house from one house to another, you might be in between homeowners, right? You might have canceled your old home and haven't set up your new home yet. But
true. So there's a lot of things that come about through this. Usually, if we get a complaint, it's usually through federal motor carrier, because New Hampshire did it smart, in my opinion. Way back in the 80s, we adopted under 26672A, we adopted all the federal, not all, but most of the federal motor carrier rules and regulations, from CDL licensing to how trucks operate to, how they have to perform mechanically on the side of the road. Some states have to do the federal rules and then they have their own state rules. So you could be legal in the state, but violating federal rules and vice versa. And that gets very confusing for trucking companies. So New Hampshire just said, these rules are ours. But when you look at the statute, one statute they did not put in there for federal motor carrier was 375. So I believe that's why the state went and made their own rules, their own regulation under our own 375 to regulate household goods movers.
okay, so Representative Bartlett, you're still top of the list for questions.
Thanks very much. Representative Yokela, you said that there were agencies that identify complaints like this. I would like to know what agency identified you notified you, or you notified them that this was a problem.
Thank you for the question. So I looked up on a website called freedomin50states.org. That's what had that was actually one of the states that I looked at to decide that I was going to move to New Hampshire when I decided to move to New Hampshire. So I'm very familiar with that they rank the different states on different regulations, all different types of things. So that was the
so this
site.
So this agency, you use this as your go-to place to figure out if there's too many regulations?
No. So I was just reading. So when I was deciding on where I wanted to live in this country, I read a bunch of different states, kind of like summaries. And one of the things listed was that we regulate household goods carriers as one of the things that they brought up. And so when I was researching that regulation, that's when I found that we have this issuance requirement. And so I thought that was, I think that when we got rid of it for, I thought it was unusual that we would have this requirement when we got rid of it for hospitals. So for that reason, I thought, this is, I think, something that fell through the cracks, kind of a thing.
Totally different animals.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm not sure I equate the
However,
two.
don't be incredulous, because I once someone gave me a board game called Silly Laws. And I said, well, I can win this game. I know what Silly Laws are. And the silly law for New Hampshire, I did not know this one. And it was, you can't, at a pawnbroker, you can't take your jacket off and try to pawn your jacket. Believe it or not, that's still in the statute, and no, I never went and tried to.
Well, we'll be looking for that one for you to file next year, Representative. Bell.
Yeah. Representative Ammon.
Yeah, thank you for my question and thank you for your testimony, Representative. This might be a question for the agencies.
Yeah.
In the statute, I'm just pulling it up here so I can read it. Section 375A:3. It's just kind of odd that there's a determination about what is required by the present or future public convenience and necessity. How would, no offense, but how would a government bureaucrat know what the future necessity is or the future public convenience? How would you possibly make that determination?
Did one of you want to dare to take that question? Eric or Bill?
The only thing I could say, I can't answer that because these go before hearings and they're the ones that are hearings bureau and they're the ones that decides on that. I mean, I can't even begin to try to answer that. I have no idea. Sorry to say, but I can find out if they have an opinion on it.
I mean, it would have to be based on some kind of data, right? And how do you predict what a future market is going to look like? That just seems impossible.
Yeah, and I don't go through the hearings process. We just set up the hearings and off they go over to them. So I could try to find out if there's a history there.
Right. What do you think? What do you think, Officer Burke?
Well, I'm not quite sure. I kind of looked at that as like maybe if they were to. It looks like at one point you can sell your license to someone else if you were to sell the business, and maybe that's for the future person that may buy it. Like they would have to accept that.
Selling a taxi medallion. Yeah.
I don't see, just excuse me for jumping in. I don't see anything about selling your certificate. This looks like when it's issued or denied. So I'm looking at 375-A:3.
Yeah, I like Eric, I'm not familiar with it.
This probably it goes back to when there was railroads and whether you really want to move things by truck versus railroad.
I mean, I would have to say this did start in the Public Utilities Commission and came over to us. So, and it's been around a long time.
Okay, Representative Weston.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. This may actually be for the state people. I'm wondering if there's a fee involved with getting this certificate.
There's a $50 fee they pay, and that's basically they pay that to us before the hearing. Then after the hearing, when it's approved, it's a $10 renewal fee every year.
A follow-up?
Further question, may inquire.
Does that cover the cost of the hearing?
I would have to get back to you on that. The $50 fee. Basically it's a application fee, as far as I know. So,
is this a self-funded group? This
department?
Is your department self-funded? Thank you, John.
Oh, what? Safety? Department of Safety? Oh, no.
Okay, I'm a little confused with who's with what department here.
Okay, yeah, okay.
They're both Department of Safety, but the one is Troop G, so he's a state trooper, and the other one is there was one point in time, the highway group was not part of the state troop. They were actually a separate entity. So Eric is they call tolls, and it was a different division that got merged into Department of Safety.
Okay, thank you.
If I have that correct. Okay, Representative Abramson.
Oh, I was just going to comment or maybe do a would you believe that we still have the New Hampshire's Dumbest Law contest going every year, and this kind of came to mind as soon as the sponsor brought this up.
This is a good one. Okay.
This might be an opportunity for that.
Okay, there's any other questions for these gentlemen? Thank you both. I appreciate you both standing in and helping us out here with this. All right, so I have no one else who's signed up to speak. So I'm going to make sure anybody in the attendees, if you would like to speak, would you please raise your hand? And let's see, we have some liquor people. So I don't see anybody, and I should, Joyce, your hand's just up because it's still up. All right, so if I have no more other questions about this bill, again, I want to thank you guys for coming in and helping us out. We appreciate it. And I will close the public hearing. And I have 7 people in support, 1 neutral, which is obviously the department, and 1 opposed. So there was somebody who was opposed, the Yadin Flammer, who's a member of the public. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 207. And we're right on time. Okay, so the next one. All right, so this is another awkward bill. Okay, open up the public hearing on House Bill 333. And I see Representative Nuns. Were you there? Yeah, there you are. Okay, you don't have to raise your hand. I'll just move you over right now. I got you. Okay. Regulation and the preparation, distribution, and sale of Creighton products.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you so much for hearing me today. For the record, my name is Herschel Nunez, and I am state representative in Hillsborough District 37, towns of Hudson and Pelham. I live in Pelham. I am here today to introduce HB 333 relative to the sale and distribution of Kratom products, otherwise known as the Kratom Consumer Protection Act. Now, I'm going to disclose to you guys that I am not an expert in Kratom, but I did do some research, and I do have friends that use the product. So when I was asked to sponsor a bill, I was good with it. So let me tell you, I did a little bit of research, and I found out a few things about Kratom. It's been around since the late 1800s, from when it's been recorded in history. However, it began being more widely used in the United States around in the 1980s, late 1980s. The real name, Mitrogyna speciosa, I guess that would be the scientific name for Kratom. It's an all-natural supplement that's native to Southeast Asia. Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia are a few of the countries that where it grows because it needs the right type of alkaline soil and humidity to grow. Now, Kratom is a product that is used as both a stimulant and as a sedative. It has compounds for both. There are different strains, and the most popular way of using the product is by making a tea from it or adding it to another beverage like orange juice. One of my friends does that. He puts a scoop in his orange juice in the morning. In small doses, it acts as a stimulant, and in larger doses, it acts as a sedative. Its effects have been known to increase a person's productivity. It has mood-enhancing capabilities, anti-anxiety properties. It can be a natural antidepressant, and among many of the consumers who currently use the product, they are having fewer negative effects than they would if they were using an opioid type product. The effects of Kratom can be felt within 5 to 10 minutes after ingesting it, and it will stay in the person's system from 2 to 5 days, and depending on how much the person uses, it could be longer than 5 days. I believe, if I'm right, it's the cousin of a coffee bean plant. When you order it or you purchase it, you'll receive it in a leaf form or ground up like a tea or in a powder form. In the research, I did find out that it can be toxic if in high doses, if it's taken improperly. There could be a small addictive piece to it if it's taken improperly. And for all of these reasons above are the reasons why we're bringing HB 333 to you today. Now, I was approached by a constituent who's going to be speaking behind me today, Mr. Seamus Casey, who has done a lot of work in this state, and he is probably the biggest advocate of Kratom. Also behind me is Matt Haddo from the American Kratom Association. They did not have to work hard to persuade me to bring this bill forward. In my personal history, I've never purchased this product or used this product, but I do know many who have. And in each and every case, they've told me that it truly helps them. One of my friends is a veteran. He suffers from PTSD, and he takes Kratom every morning. This is the guy with the orange juice. He takes Kratom every morning, and he said that if it wasn't for this product, that he just didn't know how he would be able to operate. A few others I know tell me that it can help them focus and be alert, and that they're just much more productive. Now, I'm not normally one to bring a bill forward that creates regulation or grows the size of government, but I also feel that there should have probably been a financial note that was added to this bill, but it didn't come out of OLS that way. But as you'll hear from those behind me, the experts in the industry and others who are going to testify, many of them are asking for the regulation from both the industry and the consumers. The product is currently legal, and they just want to make sure that the product can only be sold unadulterated in its true form. And within the bill, there are provisions of how it needs to be sold. They do not want it tainted with other products. And I would agree with anybody on any type of product or compound that you're using. Like, other substances can make it act differently, and definitely not substances that are listed in the Controlled Substance Act. We wouldn't want any of that. And you need to be 18 years old to purchase it. There are violations that are built into the bill concerning the sale of the product, but it is considered as a food product or a dietary supplement. Now, again, I'm not the expert, but I do feel that we have an obligation to listen to our consumers and industries, especially when they together are requesting our help. And we'd like to try to get ahead of any scheduling. It is not illegal now. And there have been some wins in this area, and the people behind me are going to talk to you about that. I would like for them to talk more of that. We've had some wins in states and wins federally about this product. We just want to make sure that something gets created in New Hampshire to protect our consumers. Now, a Kratom bill was brought before the Senate last term, SB 758. And while it was delivered as a bill to ban the product, the Senate chose to amend it and turn it into a bill to regulate the product. Now, this was passed in that body as an ought to pass with amendment, but it died on the table last June, as did many other bills that we know of. In my submitted written testimony, I provided some links to the source information to the introduction of this bill. And I will give you a couple of facts before I start closing out here for time's sake. In a CNN Health article dated April of 2019, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration stated that 44 deaths have been associated with Kratom. But in almost all of these cases, there were other substances in their body at the time of death. Now, this is less than 1% of all of the overdose deaths. And when I went out to try to find something else that may have been similar in that type of reporting, it was sort of equivalent to numbers of those who may have overdosed by aspirin. So with that, I'm going to try to answer any questions you have, but I truly feel I should defer most of the questions to those testifying behind me, as they'll be able to answer them more effectively. But in closing, I do feel that listening to our constituents and the industries, especially when they agree, is a good way for us to find a path to provide protections and consumer needs. And with that, I'll say thank you for hearing my testimony, and I'll take any questions that you have, and I hope I can answer them.
Okay, first up is Representative Abel.
Thank you, Representative Nunes, for your testimony. I'm a little confused about what this bill is trying to achieve. We have a substance that is not regulated, not prohibited, already available to the consumer. And maybe you can tell me a little bit more about why we need to pass a law that would regulate whether other substances are combined in this. It just doesn't make sense to me at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Abel, for the question. And let me see if I can answer this for you the correct way. We're asking for a regulation to be put in on the bill for a couple of reasons. We want to make sure that, number one, it's only sold to those that are 18 years of age or older. Second thing is that it needs to be in an unadulterated form. Kratom can be sold and mixed with other items, and if it's not labeled properly, you don't know what's in there. We want the labeling to happen. We want for the consumers that choose to buy the product to know that they're getting an unadulterated product, and we also want them to be of legal age to make the decision to do so.
Okay. Next up is Representative Amerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Nunez, for taking my question. On the question of labeling, obviously, kratom does have some side effects, although I guess they're fairly rare. On the question of labeling, is your preference to handle it or intent to handle it through statute, or just stick with the common law duty to notify the consumer?
Thank you, Representative Abramson, for the question. I would think that we would probably build in a methodology to this of what needs to happen through the regulation. I'm going to defer part of this question over to those who are speaking behind me that have more experience in the industry. But I do think that, again, we're talking about having labels that prove that it's unadulterated because it does have effects if something else is mixed in with the product.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Burrows.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. My question is, I'm actually wondering why we aren't discussing banning this product, given that the FDA has not approved it. They state it's been linked to hallucinations, seizures, and liver damage. They said there's no scientific evidence to support the uses, including withdrawal from heroin, morphine, and other opioids, and they warn people from using it. So why are we talking about regulating it? Why aren't we talking about banning it?
Thank you, Representative Burrows, for that question. Now, I believe that we're going to have some testimony coming in behind me that's going to answer this question for you. I do know that federally it's been chosen just recently to be able to stay on the market. And there were a couple of wins in a few other states recently that are putting this type of regulation in on top of it. There are many products that are out there that can do exactly what you just said. And there are many products that are out there that are dietary supplements, which is what we consider this to be, a dietary supplement, something that could help you. I look at it personally, and those behind me may not agree with me, but personally, I look at it like Valeria or a St. John's wort or ginkgo biloba, but the effects may be greater depending on the dosage. If you follow the instructions and you consume the product correctly, the effect should be as stated, and that's why we're looking for the regulation. It is legal across all 50 of the United States right now.
Follow up, please.
Further question, may inquire.
Yeah. Do you believe, or have you seen evidence that there are some dietary supplements that are actually unsafe and dangerous?
Representative Burrows, thank you for the question. I'm not going to call this product unsafe and dangerous. And that's how I'm going to answer your question.
All right, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, Representative Van Houten.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative, for your insights. I have a couple of questions. One is that you just stated that it's legal across all 50 states. Is it truly legal? Is it by law legal? Or are we just saying that it's not illegal?
Thank you, Representative Van Houten, for the question. What I'm going to say is that there were some decisions by the federal government just recently that we're going to talk about in just a few minutes with those who are testifying behind me. And they're going to be telling you about what happened with those regulations. At one point, I know that the federal government thought about putting it on a schedule, but they've since changed their mind. And having said that, that to me would mean that the product is legal.
Further question?
Oops. Thank you. And just another follow-up, which is related. In your testimony, and I quote, you said it is considered a food product or a dietary supplement. Which is it, and who's made that designation?
As I thank you, Representative, for the question. As I stated earlier, I took this information from the kratomsociety.com in an article dated November of 2020, where they stated that it is a food supplement or a dietary supplement.
Okay, all set. All right, thank you very much for your testimony. And before we hear from Mr. Casey and Mr. Haddad, I want to have Colleen Smith, who is from the Department of Health and Human Services, who is in opposition to this bill.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Colleen Smith, and I'm the administrator of the Food Protection Section within the Department of Health and Human Services. The Department of Health and Human Services is opposed to HB 333 as it is currently written due to a direct conflict with the department's food safety regulations and technical difficulties related to the administration of the proposed requirements. The inclusion of kratom in the definition of a food poses a regulatory challenge for New Hampshire. The New Hampshire Food Safety Rules adopt the 2017 U.S. Food and Drug Administration Food Code. The FDA Food Code states that food must be obtained from sources that comply with federal, state, and local laws and must not contain any prohibited ingredients or additives. There are no FDA-approved uses for kratom. FDA has issued warnings regarding the serious risks associated with the use of kratom. FDA is concerned that kratom, which affects the same opioid brain receptors as morphine, appears to have properties that expose users to the risks of addiction, abuse, and dependence. There are no FDA-approved uses for kratom, and the agency has received concerning reports about the safety of its use. The department is also aware of reports to the Northern New England Poison Center regarding adverse health effects after exposure to kratom. According to data provided to us from the Poison Center, there were 94 reports of adverse health effects from exposure to kratom from 2012 to 2019. Whereby the Food Protection Section's mission is to ensure the safety and security of the New Hampshire food supply, including a substance and the definition of food that has not been demonstrated to be safe, is in direct conflict with our mission. While the bill has criteria for kratom to be sold, there is not mentioned in the bill which agency would be responsible for enforcing these requirements, nor does it provide a structure for the agency to regulate kratom effectively. It does not provide standards or testing requirements to ensure consumer product safety, and it doesn't include appropriation to support additional staff and resources necessary. Thank you for allowing me to present the information, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Okay, Representative McAleer.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Where is this actually sold? Is it sold at like health food stores? I don't know where you might be able to get CBD, or I've never heard of it.
I am not aware of the full scope of where this product is sold, but I do know anecdotally, I believe it would be similar venues as to CBD products.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Representative Abramson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned kratom as, as something that the Food and Drug Administration regulates both food and drugs, but they regulate them very differently. What would be the problem with viewing this as just a food product, since people are, similar to coffee, if people are taking this as tea, most of the people who emailed us over the years have said that they just take this as a tea, sometimes for calming or for or for getting off of opioids, or for getting off of heroin or some other drug problem. But what would be the problem with the state of New Hampshire viewing this as just an herbal product that people can take as a tea?
So we do rely on the federal studies that approve this as a food additive, and currently for kratom, there is nothing out there that proves its safety for addition to food.
Okay. Representative Johnson.
Hi, sorry about that. I forgot I had my screen. So my notes here, thanks for taking my question. What states have passed a bill similar to this?
I'm afraid I can't answer your question.
Well, some other people will be
Right,
able to answer that question for us. She's in opposition to the bill, but we do have supporters of the bill, so I'm sure they'll be able to answer that for you. Representative Van Houten.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. You've done a really good job of clarifying the idea that this is actually a food. It's also been noted to be a dietary supplement. What is your take on labeling this as a dietary supplement?
So our section does not regulate dietary supplements. Those are regulated by the FDA, and currently FDA does not recommend this as a dietary supplement or for any use.
All set? Okay, well, great. Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. So I'm going to call on Seamus Casey now, since he's from New Hampshire. Mac, we'll get you next. But we like to do New Hampshire first. So.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So thank you, and thank you to the members of the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of House Bill 333. For the record, my name is Seamus Casey, and I live in Barrington, New Hampshire. Unlike many of the speakers likely lined up today, I'm not here to speak from my personal perspective about kratom, as I am not a consumer of it. I first learned about it from a personal account of a friend. She had been in an awful car accident and was prescribed some form of opiate pain reliever by her doctor. The side effects of this prescription were debilitating, greatly reducing her quality of life. Fortunately for her, her doctor had another suggestion, that she look into kratom for the pain relief. She did, and because of this, her quality of life was restored. And it's with her sharing her personal story that put kratom on my radar. Like many of you, I had not heard of it prior to that. Some of you might know me as the developer of a legislative tracking system here in New Hampshire. It was through that and due to my friend having mentioned kratom that I have found myself as an advocate for it here in New Hampshire. And now over the past 5 years, I have led the effort to block multiple attempted bans. So this is to address the question earlier about why aren't we talking about ban it? We have, and a number of times, and I'll give a quick summary of that here. The first was in January of 2016. Senate Bill 540, sponsored by then Senator Fuller Clark, was introduced as prohibiting the possession, use, or sale of kratom. 5 years ago to this very day, the Senate Health and Human Services Committee held a hearing for the bill. We had about 40 people show up in support for the hearing, where then Chairman Sanborn very graciously made the time for all to speak. During the hearing, he expressed concerns that the bill would, quote, trample civil liberties. The committee unanimously recommended the bill be amended, replacing it with language that would simply require one to be 18 or older, whereas there is no statute or requirement of that in the state now. The amendment was adopted and passed on a voice vote. The House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee soon thereafter also recommended passage, but then a House floor motion to table it was adopted. The bill then died on the table. In late 2016, I saw an LSR for 2017, LSR number 78, titled Prohibiting the Sale or Use of Kratom, filed by Rep. Massimilla. I reached out to her explaining the recent history with Senate Bill 540 and asked that she consider withdrawing the LSR, and she did. A year ago last week, then Senator Feltes introduced Senate Bill 758 titled Relative to Banning Kratom. On March 3rd, the Senate Health and Human Services Committee held a hearing for the bill. To his credit, Senator Feltes responded to pressure from Kratom consumers and showed up at the hearing with an amendment in hand. That amendment was an earlier version of the bill we have before us today, the Kratom Consumer Protection Act. I was in contact with some of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee members and also with the governor's office about taking this very action. So it was quite relieving to see the sponsor come around to the idea as well. I mentioned the governor as he and I have had a conversation about the Kratom Consumer Protection Act back in September of 2019. He was impressed with the list of other governors who have signed it into law, which at the time included the states of Utah, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Per our conversation, he seemed very receptive to the idea. But back to Senate Bill 758. The HHS committee unanimously recommended the amendment to replace the bill with the Kratom Consumer Protection Act. The amendment was adopted and passed on a voice vote, but then COVID happened. The bill was stalled until the Senate had to send it to the House. The House was forced to table it along with a group of other bills due to there being no means to hold public hearings. These bills all, of course, died on the table. This year, rather than react defensively to try to stop additional attempts at banning it, I wanted to start off by preemptively introducing the Kratom Consumer Protection Act, and I thank my good friend Representative Nunes for agreeing to sponsor it. The Kratom Consumer Protection Act seeks to proactively address concerns that prompted the past attempts at banning it while ensuring the continued safe availability of kratom for adults. Mr. Chairman, if I may ask, I would request that Mac Haddow follow up as he is best suited to speak on the details of the Kratom Consumer Protection of the KCPA and the rationale of why the states need to take action to protect consumers where the FDA has failed and neglected their duty to do so. So thank you very much, members of the committee, and I will entertain any questions.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Okay, Mr. Haddon, you're up.
Chairman Hunt, members of the committee, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak about this important legislation. While I do not hail from New Hampshire, my wife and I raised 6 children and tried to instill in them the values of independence and self-reliance. And I think that you would be proud to have them as citizens of your great state, because at least 5 of them have followed that advice for the most part. We have 1 you may want to accept, may not want to accept. But this is a great occasion for us at the American Kratom Association. I serve as the Senior Fellow in Public Policy, and I've testified at more than, dozens of hearings across the country and states. And I have heard similar kinds of questions that have been raised, and in fact, have heard some of the comments that Ms. Smith reflected, and we are glad to work with her and her department to resolve some of those issues. But if I could reference first the written testimony, and I hope each of you will look at that, but perhaps I could most efficiently spend our time talking about some of the issues that have been raised in the question period. Obviously, the thing we're trying to accomplish with the Kratom Consumer Protection Act is to provide protections for consumers from unscrupulous vendors in the United States who will adulterate the product in order to get it to do something it does not do. Kratom does not have a reinforcing high that would drive people to an addiction or to continue to purchase their product. And so some of these vendors will add things like heroin, fentanyl, and morphine in order to induce that to increase their sales. It is done widely in the United States. We have found in the 4 states that have enacted the Kratom Consumer Protection Act a substantial reduction in the number of those adulterated products available on the store shelves for consumers, because these unscrupulous vendors do not want to run afoul of the laws in those states. And we think it affords a significant level of protection for consumers. We think the age limit is important as well. We think that any decision about this kind of product, and like tobacco or alcohol or coffee even, it probably ought to be done with the advice and consent of parents. You should know that the taste of kratom is foul. Children wouldn't be drawn to it unless it has these adulterants in it. Typically, it doesn't give you the reinforcing high, as I mentioned. It also doesn't do something that's very important, and that is it does not impact your respiratory system as traditional therapies and opioids do. With respect to how kratom is properly designated, under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, The classification of kratom as a food is done under that law, and it is very specific and is why the AKA characterizes it in that way. The other thing that the FD&C Act does, it requires that a manufacturer of any product has to look at the intended use of how it's marketed. And there is where the FDA has in fact legitimately raised questions about some kratom manufacturers who violate that law, and we fully support them from being restricted from making any kind of structure function claims as a dietary supplement if it hasn't gone through the new dietary ingredient notification process, or if they want to make therapeutic claims to go through the new drug application process. But kratom itself is a food. It is not a food additive. It is a food itself under the definition and characterization under the Food and Drug Act federally. The FDA has, as they did back in the early 90s, and some of you may remember this, they went after vitamins and dietary supplements at that time with the very same characterizations and attacks on those products at the time, with the claims that they were killing people, that there were an elevated number of reports being made about adverse events, and that they were dangerous products and should be banned, and all should be forced to go through the new drug application process. In 1994, the Congress contended with this issue. It is the first time in the history of the switchboard at the Capitol that the Capitol was shut down. This was before emails. People called and they literally shut down the switchboard, objecting to the FDA's overreach of regulatory authority, restricting their freedoms and the ability to make informed decisions about the products that they make. Today, more than 80% of the American population uses dietary supplements and vitamins in order to maintain their health and well-being. But those very same attacks that they used against vitamins and dietary supplements were interdicted by the Congress, where they passed the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act. The Congress restricted the FDA's authority, even though they made the same claims then against those products as they do today against kratom. The FDA is alone in Washington, D.C. in their attacks on kratom. They initiated this action largely based on some deaths that were reported in 2009, where 9 people died in the 12-month period, allegedly from a kratom product, a powdered kratom product sold on the internet. That got the attention of every public health official in the world, and appropriately so. But what the FDA failed to tell people after they imposed an import alert and starting filling the pipeline of information that led to some states to be duped into banning kratom was that the kratom was dangerous. It was killing people. They didn't tell that there was a scientific paper, peer-reviewed and published, that looked at all 9 of those deaths, and every one was the result of an adulterant called O-desmethyltramadol, which is the powerful chemical that's used in the production of the opioid tramadol, the same dose of which, with added to a cup of coffee in the morning or a glass of orange juice, would kill you within minutes. Kratom was not the culprit here, but the FDA withheld that information and did not disclose it. Similarly, when they made their application to the Drug Enforcement Administration on October 17th of 2017, they successfully got the DEA to consider scheduling kratom. They have not disclosed for the past 2.5 years that on August the 16th of 2018, the Department of Health and Human Services, which is the official designee to transmit such recommendations for scheduling, rescinded that application for scheduling and specifically called out the FDA for failing to document by the science the requirements for scheduling, and made a very interesting point, which I think is relevant to your discussion. The Assistant Secretary of Health said that furthermore, there is a significant risk of immediate adverse public health consequences for potentially millions of users if kratom or its components are included in Schedule 1. Now, the reason he did that is because there are a number of people who are successfully using kratom as an option to and replacement for opioids. A Johns Hopkins University study of adult kratom users who use kratom for managing acute and chronic pain reported that 87% of those people using opioids, using kratom to get off of those opioids, reported significant relief from their withdrawal symptoms. 35% were opioid free within a year. Now that is a product that is harm reduction that ought to be celebrated, not restricted. But again, it goes to the intended use. And the individual that seeks to have that kind of relief as a less harmful substance ought to have the freedom to make that choice. Not that a vendor should be able to make the claim about that, because obviously that contradicts what is known in what is required for a new drug application. So the American Kratom Association seeks to provide an access point for consumers to make informed decisions, which is why labeling is asked for in this particular legislation. It is why it is characterized as a food under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. And it is why the FDA's attacks on kratom really should be replaced with a good regulatory scheme, which we think that they will eventually get to. The FDA does today appropriately regulate kratom products that are mislabeled, and we support them. In fact, we report regularly those kratom manufacturers who are using therapeutic claims inappropriately. They also are willing to respond to any adverse events, and we support that as well. Largely, those adverse events are because of what we see with adulterated kratom products. You cannot be addicted to kratom in the classical sense as you would expect for opioids. The National Institutes on Drug Abuse conducted 2 independent animal studies, which are the gold standard for addiction liability, one of the requirements for scheduling under the Controlled Substances Act. And they determined 2 things. One, there was no significant addiction liability. Therefore, the FDA's claim failed. But they also reported there was a significant reduction in the cravings of the test animals for the reference drug, which was morphine, which validates why the National Institutes on Drug Abuse today supports the AKA's position. They funded more than $15 million in studies into kratom, and why the US Congress in the FY 20 and 21 legislation reports that kratom should not be scheduled and in fact should be studied more and available to the public because of all of the reports they're having of people that are benefiting from it. I know that you will hear a lot of the hyped up anti-kratom information that is generated by the FDA. But in our research and all of our studies, we have found that that is the result of adulterated products that should not be on the marketplace, and why this bill is so important, given the failure of the FDA to enforce the laws that they should be enforcing. But of those 4 states that have already passed it, we've seen, because of COVID, we had obviously a disaster in the legislative sessions last year. But this year, we've already seen significant progress. The Missouri House of Representatives passed the Kratom Consumer Protection Act 144-0. In Oklahoma, the committee passed it out unanimously. In Wisconsin, the Wisconsin Senate Health Committee passed unanimously, opened a bill file unanimously in order to replace their ban with a Kratom Consumer Protection Act. In the Rhode Island, the Public Health Commissioner has opened a formal review of kratom to replace the ban there with a Kratom Consumer Protection Act, because they are becoming informed about the misinformation that the FDA has provided. And that is validated by the August 16, 2018 letter recently disclosed, which attacks the premise of the FDA. So we want to work with you, and we'll certainly work with the food protection section of your state government agencies in order to come to a good regulatory scheme that they'll be comfortable with. It's working in other states, and we think it'll work in New Hampshire. So with that, I thank you for this opportunity, and certainly willing to answer any questions you might have.
We do have some questions. Representative Abramson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Haddo, for that testimony. So this is the same question I asked the sponsor. Was it your intent for the when you're the seller, you have a common law duty to disclose or a common law duty to notify? Is it your preference or intent on the labeling of the product when it's sold, that we have some type of statutory scheme added to the bill, or was it your preference that we simply fall back on the old common law or some other approach?
Well, we would defer Representative Abramson to the New Hampshire preference on this. Other states have required specific labeling of the contents of the product, and we certainly support that. What we're finding is that the legitimate vendors are labeling it to the strictest standard. And so we're seeing a great transformation in the kratom industry that's very beneficial for consumers, where we're seeing accurate labeling being applied to kratom products, because they're having to market them in a lot of states now, and there's no reason to have multiple labels unless you're a bad actor. And those, of course, the manufacturers we would like to eliminate, but we're not opposed in any way. In fact, we favor labeling that requires full disclosure of the ingredients of the product and that accurately portray the contents of a kratom product that is sold in your state.
All right, thank you very much.
Representative Van Houten.
Thank you, and thank you, sir, for your testimony. I'd like to go right back to the very basic question that I asked a bit earlier to the sponsor. Is this legal? And if it is legal, where? And if not, are we looking at a backdoor effort to legalize it by overlooking the fact that it's never been legalized?
Thank you, Representative Van Houten. It is today, as coffee is legal in every state except for 6 that were initially misled by the FDA about the safety profile of kratom, which has been completely debunked by the HHS letter of August 16th, 2018, which I would refer you to read. That safety data reflects only adulterated products. The deaths, every death that's attributable to a kratom that the FDA cites is actually because of polydrug use or adulterated kratom products. There were 2 that did not have blood samples that no one was able to test, but the National Institutes on Drug Abuse did their own evaluation, came to the conclusion that I've just articulated. So from a legal basis, kratom is sold legally, and in 3 of the 6 states that banned it, they're now hopefully going to overturn those this year, and we think eventually all of them will follow suit. But the 4 states that have passed the Kratom Consumer Protection Act simply put in a good regulatory scheme to eliminate adulterated products. We're hoping to do that we have it active in 30 states this year, including New Hampshire. So we're hopeful that we'll get many more states following suit.
Further question, may inquire. You're muted, Connie.
I apologize. Thank you for that and for that explanation. Is New Hampshire one of the 6 states in which this is not legal?
No, it is legal to be sold. The 6 states are Alabama, Arkansas, Indiana, Wisconsin, Rhode Island, and Vermont.
I have heard that the town of Franklin has banned it. Further question, you may inquire.
Thank you. When you say legal, legal for sale, legal for use, could you clarify the term legal for me, please?
Possession.
Yeah, thank you. There's the 3 criteria. It is legal in the United States, except for those 6 states, and those 6 states have varying degrees of whether it's legal for possession or use or sale. It is legal in the United States for sale. It is legal for the use in virtually every state, and possession, I think, in 4 of the 6 states it's banned. Alabama is the toughest of those states, and I think it's illegal for possession, use, or sale in those states, in that state.
Representative Below.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do physicians prescribe this product, kratom?
No, physicians would, it's not a prescription medication, and until and if a kratom product were either synthesized or approved by the Food and Drug Administration as a prescription product, it would not be. But interestingly, in the survey that was done of kratom consumers in the United States, of which there are 15 million, 40% reported that they consult with their physician about using kratom. We think that number would go up dramatically if the FDA didn't have this sort of onus that they put on it and allow for a more accurate depiction of the kratom product. But we're encouraged that so many people are consulting their doctors as they use it, particularly for pain relief. Certainly people use it for the energy boost and increased focus. About 1/3 of the population of the 15 million do it for that. 1/3 use it for reducing anxiety, and then that other 1/3 use it for management of pain. And we think in that category, checking with your physician is important.
How about,
And a follow-up?
Yeah, I was going to say, how about naturopaths?
Naturopaths, they love it. I mean, this is in their wheelhouse, and we have strong support from that community because it's one of the tools that can effectively be used in the plant community to help people improve the quality of their lives and manage their symptoms.
So could someone purchase it as a homeopathic medicine?
Yeah, there's, as you know, Chairman Hunt, there's a categorization for homeopathic remedies. Right now, the FDA doesn't classify it that way, but it is considered an herbal product. So yes, it could be a homeopathic remedy.
Okay, go ahead, Representative Pilo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you know if this is sold on the black market?
Oh, yes, but not the pure kratom, it's the adulterated kratom products. And that's exactly what one of the leading scientists in the world addressed that issue when he submitted an 8-factor analysis to the Drug Enforcement Administration that said that if you ban kratom, this was back in 2016, if you ban kratom, you will strengthen the black market where adulterated products flourish. If people have access to a pure kratom product that's legitimately sold in your state, they're safer. And here's the important issue on that. Many people purchase kratom and they don't know it's adulterated. And I hear reports of people say, oh, it made me feel really, really good for about 6 hours. And I felt this euphoric high. That is an adulterated kratom product, but they thought they were buying a pure kratom product. That's what we want to eliminate as best we can from the supply chain.
Representative Fargo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had mentioned a letter from HHS. Could you provide a copy of that for us?
Yes, I sent a copy to everyone, but I'll do it again. I might.
Oh, no, if you sent it, that's fine. I didn't see it, but thank you.
Yeah, and let me just tell you one thing about this letter when you look at it. We have scoured the records. This is the first time in the history of the Controlled Substances Act in the federal government that there has ever been a withdrawal or rescission letter sent to the DEA withdrawing a recommendation. First time. And that's really significant because the HHS Assistant Secretary of Health really looked at this, looked at the science, and found the FDA was wrong. Wrong on the policy and wrong on the science. And that's articulated in his letter. And the FDA kept it secret for 2.5 years so they could continue to put out their disinformation campaign. The day after this letter was sent to the DEA, the FDA commissioner was tweeting about kratom being dangerous, and yet that was contraindicated by the letter and the judgment of the science done by the Assistant Secretary for Health.
Okay, any other questions? So, Mr. Haddle, I'm confused. Why are you asking us to ban not having sales to anyone under 18 if there's nothing wrong with this stuff?
Well, to us, the important thing is that a child should make a decision with their parents, because if they take a lot of kratom, if they were to buy it and not responsibly use it, and we believe that everyone should use kratom responsibly as they would any other. It's like aspirin was mentioned earlier. If you get a whole cough syrup is another one. Kids do things that sometimes are dumb. And so we think that having the parents having a say in how much kratom a kid could use. There's no study that shows that kratom is dangerous to kids. Kids don't like it unless it's adulterated because of its taste. And so all of that, but we just think it's an appropriate restriction that makes sure that parents are participating in those decisions.
So are you saying to me that a pharmacy cannot sell cough medicine to kids?
I don't know what the law is in New Hampshire with respect to that, but I think that if my child were buying cough medicine at a pharmacy or at a grocery store with a pharmacy section, I'd want to participate in that decision. That's my personal
Well, I
view.
understand that, but it just seems so weird that you put this 18. You're making this case that, well, it can be it's not really a drug, it's a food. And the only food products that we require 18-year-olds are the ones that are cigarettes and alcohol. And then we have a whole elaborate structure to how to regulate that industry. And we have no system to regulate kratom, right? We have nobody in the state who's going to know what's adulterated kratom and what's not. And so we really can't regulate that, but yet you're going to say, but we're going to have some kind of regulation about selling it to someone under 18, which we have this, our whole liquor commission is built around ensuring that certain, under 21 and it's 21, not 18, by the way. So it seems really confusing to me that it sounds like you do admit that this product can be abused and really should be regulated.
Well, yeah, there's no question that kratom, like many other substances that are freely available to consumers, can be abused. We don't have any doubt about that. You would have to consume a lot. Now, the one thing that's comforting, I hope you'll take comfort in, is that the science demonstrates, and I've sent some articles and I'll be glad to share some additional ones, that even at 100 times the consumption that a human might consume of kratom in a day, there's no respiratory suppression and no deaths. But that doesn't mean that it cannot you can't develop a dependency on it if you overuse it or abuse it. And so we think that children ought to have the regulation of a parent advising them as best they can. And so in the way that we regulate tobacco products and alcohol, different age limits, that's sort of the thinking behind it. But we recognize the reality is that children can use kratom and might, but we want them to think through this decision and not abuse it. And that's our thinking behind it. We'd jettison it if you felt like that were appropriate. Our key concern here is eliminating adulterated kratom products from the marketplace. And that only happens if the states will unify and send the message clearly that they are not going to tolerate adulterated kratom products to be sold in their states.
Okay, Representative Herbert has a question.
Yes, like Chairman Hunt, thank you, Chairman Hunt, and thank you for the information, Mr. Hatta. I didn't know what Kratom was until today, but where I'm having difficulty, and I don't want to try and figure it out today, is that it sounds to me as though you have a product that should be regulated and allowed to be sold as a prescription of some sort. And then because all the nice things you're talking about in terms of relieving anxiety, helping mitigate pain, et cetera, sounds to me like it's almost like a homeopathic / bufferin / aspirin, fouls tasting something or other. I think you have to, would you believe, I would rather you convince the Colleen Smiths of the world to get you an entry pathway that you can live with. But asking 20 state reps here in Concord is, to me, an interesting exercise, but very, very hard for me to give you yes. I guess is the way I'm saying.
Would you believe?
Would you believe? I think you have to convince some other people first.
All he has to do is convince this first 20, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
You don't have to answer a would you believe question.
So, Representative, thank you for the issue that you've raised here. And I understand that you may see a characterization here of it being used in a prescription drug format. And I think that there is, and the National Institute on Drug Abuse agrees with you, that there may be a potential synthesized version of Kratom, which would have a standard dosage strength that would go through the new drug application process, which can be, and the director of NIDA has said it can be an option for and a replacement for dangerously addictive and potentially deadly opioids. We think that potentially is the future, but that is in a pharmaceutical grade product. There are many, many products, foods, and foods is a categorization driven by the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, but there are many products on the market today that have benefits that are not as concentrated as a prescription drug has, but yet are available and people can use it to help manage lower symptoms that they might have on some of these anxiety issues and pain issues. And that's what Kratom offers. And most of the prescription drugs that we have today have their origins in plants. And this is an example of a plant that's been used safely for centuries. And it needs to be available in a safe form, in its natural plant form, to consumers. And we want to eliminate from the marketplace these bad actors. So we hope you'll consider that and understand there's a pathway in the future for this becoming, depending on intended use by a manufacturer, a dietary supplement under the dietary supplement notification process or a new drug application.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How Mr. Hadow, how actually would you make sure that you had this purified version coming into the state? Is there a some sort of a lab test that you could do on it? Is there an existing company that would do that and put like with cigarettes, a stamp on it or something like that?
So the Kratom raw material that's used in the manufacturing of Kratom products here in the United States originates in Indonesia. There's about 5% that comes from Thailand and Malaysia. It is tested by the manufacturers for contaminants. The adulteration occurs here in the United States by unscrupulous vendors. So when a product is sold in its pure form, it has gone through testing in order to make sure it's free from those contaminants that might be dangerous to consumers. The idea that someone might want to adulterate the product in order to give it an effect that it does not naturally have, in order to then economically benefit from increased sales, is the area that we're really concerned about in protecting consumers, because as I mentioned earlier, many consumers buy what they think is a pure product that has been certified with what they call a certificate of analysis from an independent lab testing firm to make sure it's free of those contaminants. They think they're buying pure Kratom, and what they're getting is an adulterated product. And that's why we think this is important for consumers to be protected, because right now there's no regulation on those bad actors.
All set?
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Hatto? I must say I've learned a lot today. But
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll send some additional information to each of the committee members.
yes,
That we
yes.
answer some of these questions. I'll be glad to do that.
That would be great. We appreciate having anything you can send us. That'd be great. Okay. And I see another hand up. Oh, Kate Fry. Okay. So Kate, did you sign up? I didn't see your name. What? Oh. There she is. I didn't expect you to weigh in on this one, but
I wasn't planning to weigh in on Chairman Hunt, so I had not signed up, and I apologize.
no problem.
Me okay?
Yep, we can.
It's saying I'm muted. We actually, New Future's not taking a position on this bill. We've been watching it and monitoring it from afar and attending some hearings. But I guess I had the same question that you did regarding the age and the regulation. And I'm going to say this because this committee has done a lot of great work on issues like tobacco control, and we did increase that age to 21. You have to be 21 to drink. We also know a lot of the issues around addiction and that sensitive age period of 18 to 21. So I'm really curious why the sponsor of the bill chose 18. I did a quick search. Again, I'm not familiar with this issue very much. A state, I looks like Tennessee has it at 21. So if you go down that road, I would seriously consider why you would be selecting an age of 18 when we know 18 to 21 is critical with brain development. There's a lot we don't know about kratom, and I would just caution you to be cautious. And that's all I want to say. And I apologize again for not signing up.
All right. So I guess that was my fault for mentioning the 21 age. All right. Well, thank you very much, Kate. All right. Seeing no more hands up in the attendees list. And so I will end the public hearing on House Bill 333. We had 25 people in support. We had 4 people opposed, and nobody's neutral on it. And with that, we will close the public hearing, and we are behind schedule now officially. Okay. So the last but not least is House Bill 335. So I'll ask the sponsor. Oh, there, I see you, Chuck. I'm going to promote you right now. And apologize for being late.
A problem at all, Mr. Chairman, not a problem at all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here today, House 5, which is a bill relative to the labeling of bottled water. This bill originally came in under a different name 2 sessions ago. I introduced it with Representative Mindy Messier, and it was a bill to require the labeling of bottled water here in New Hampshire. The last 2 years, Consumer Reports has done studies on the quality of our drinking water, and particularly bottled water. In 2019, November of 2019, they did a very comprehensive report on the quality of our bottled water. With the advent of PFAS and a number of other contaminants that here in New Hampshire we've been very aggressively addressing, in fact, people have looked at bottled water as a safe haven, let's say, when they have concerns of the quality of their drinking water. We have adopted some very good standards, but still we have a long way to go. And one of the things that when we originally introduced this bill, we felt that it was something that people needed to know what was in their bottled water. Last session, it was House Bill 1274, which was before your committee. And you took it under advisement and you decided to amend it to take care of the legalities as far as federal regulations were concerned, and as far as New Hampshire, that it would be just for basically that any bottled water in the state sold in the state of New Hampshire would have to meet state of New Hampshire drinking water quality standards. And I think that's the least we can do for those parents who depend on bottled water as a safe source of drinking water. I mean, the best we could do was to label it so they would know what was in their water, but we may not be able to actively do that. But what we can do is we can require that the minimum drinking water meets, the drinking water minimums meet state standards. Your committee took under advisement, amended the bill. Totally happy with that as far as it's something that we can get into application. It passed the House last year, was approved by this committee, passed the House, and it sort of died on the COVID floor in the Senate last year, which was unfortunate, but it's something that hopefully we can correct this year, getting this bill through. I know the Department of Health and Human Services has also suggested another amendment. I would support, I have a chance to quickly review that. And I certainly would support it. Anything that they can do that they feel they need to make this bill more enforceable is certainly welcome. It's a start, and it's a start in the right direction. And it may be satisfactory for most people to know that at least the bottled water that they're buying in the stores meets requirements. My understanding is, in talking with lobbyists, that those manufacturers within the state of New Hampshire have no problem with this bill. Some out-of-state manufacturers do. But when you take a look at the amount of PFAS in some water that comes into the state, it is significant. And this is water which we have no control over. So maybe we want to take a look at, if they want to sell in the state of New Hampshire, they'll have to meet state standards. I'll try to answer any questions you have, Mr. Chairman.
I don't see any question. So do you have any evidence that we've had any bottled water in this state that actually did have PFAS or anything that did not meet our water standards? Is there any evidence that we've ever had bottled water problem?
I will tell you that according to the Consumer Reports articles, they list a number of bottled waters that have PFAS levels above certain levels and below certain levels, and they list the names of those companies. I will be happy to send those companies that list to the committee.
Okay, and I assume these are bottled waters that are available in New Hampshire.
Some of them are available in New Hampshire, some of them are not available in New Hampshire. They actually, in one category they list here, they actually have a Poland spring water that has a relatively high level of bottled water, of PFAS in the water. So it's something that we'd want to take a look at. Now, that may have been cleaned up, and hopefully companies do clean up their water, but we don't know. That's the thing.
Right. So this bill requires you to send tests on how regular a basis, right? If there's a problem with the water, how regularly are they supposed to be sending sample or tests to the department?
They've said it, the Department of Health and Human Services will be sending out rules and regulations dealing with that. That they will make that determination on how many times they shall have to comply with testing.
Okay. So you're saying this is Consumer Report, because weren't the ones Consumer Report one point in time saying New York City water was the best water to drink?
Actually, yeah, they were. And I mean, that's an old study, but I mean, it's a matter of clean water. I mean, a lot of bottled water manufacturers here in the state of New Hampshire get their water from Londonderry, right from the tap. And they add a few chemicals to it, a few minerals to it to enhance the flavor, but it comes right out of the tap of Londonderry. And that's good to know, as long as Londonderry Waterworks is working well, they're going to have nice clean water.
Right. Which I assume they have to submit their water to be tested.
Yes.
Anyway, okay. Representative Abramson has a question.
I'm sorry, I was trying to lower my hand. You asked the question.
Okay, I'm too fast for you. Okay, Representative Herbert has a real question. And he'll unmute first.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. So am I to understand, Mr. Grassi, that the bill that was passed last year, there is an amendment that you're fine with that bill, but there's an amendment that the department would like to see in it? And so we're very close to having a bill that will pass and satisfy your desires to have cleaner water or better water or whatever. Is that where we are?
Thank you for the question. Yes, the bill that I introduced this year was the bill that came out of this committee last year. You folks took the original bill, you amended it based on recommendations from DHHS and others, and you amended it, and the bill passed out of this committee to the floor and was passed by the House. DHHS has said they would like some additional amendments. I just found out about that this weekend. And I briefly scanned them. I have no problems with it. Basically, it helps them as far as setting up their rulemaking process.
Thank you.
Representative Petruszek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Grassi, Londonderry water that comes through the pipe comes from the Derry water system, which comes from the Manchester Waterworks, which is one of the 10 top aquifer systems in the United States. Would you believe?
I would believe that, and I will tell you one thing, because we have here in Rochester, where I'm from, we also have we have our water, which is basically from reservoirs instead of aquifers. Reservoirs tend to have fewer problems with PFAS than aquifers do, but I understand that the system over there is quite complex. How the water circles around and eventually comes out of your tap. It does come from Manchester for the major reservoirs and aquifers that they do have.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Representative Muse, are you a co-sponsor or you're on this bill?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Representative David Muse. I'm from Portsmouth, and I'm just here to lend my full support to this bill. Portsmouth, like many New Hampshire communities, has found itself on the wrong side of water contamination several times throughout its history. One of the things that's a little bit unique about my community is that we found ourselves on both sides of the issue. We have been both the victim of the negligence of another party over at Pease Tradeport, and we've also been a responsible party in Coakley landfill, responsible for the contamination of water that's affected water supplies in Greenland, Northampton, and Rye. So one of the things that we're pretty familiar with are bottled water, and I think one of the things that I've seen over the years is just the anxiety and the consternation on the part of people who all of a sudden find out that their water supply is contaminated. And I think the one thing that pretty much all of them accept as the gold standard is that the water that's provided to them, the bottled water that's provided to them while their own water supply is offline, is actually cleaner than the water that would be coming out of their tap. And one of the things that happened just a couple of years ago, there was an incident where a company called Spring Hill Farms out of Haverhill, Massachusetts, was bottling water for companies like store brand water for companies like Whole Foods, CVS, Market Basket, and Cumberland Farms. And the PFAS levels in that water actually exceeded the former federal standards. So 70 parts per trillion. We're not talking about the state standards that were reasonably passed. This water didn't even pass muster under the federal standards. So this is something that has happened in New Hampshire. And one of the things that Representative Grassi actually said during his testimony is that Consumer Reports has actually gone out and requested water reports from over 200 companies that sell bottled water. And they also did their own spot testing. And as a result of some of that spot testing, there actually were several brands that had to, or that chose to remove their brands from the market because they had levels of chemicals in them, not just PFAS, but chemicals like antimony and arsenic, that were also above the standards. So this is not sort of a shot in the dark situation that happens every once in a while. This is something that has happened, that will probably happen again. And one of the things I think that I remember from last year's testimony is there were folks from the International Bottled Water Association that came in and talked about the rigorous standards that they have and essentially how the industry likes to police themselves. One of the issues that we found in the case of the Spring Hill Valley contamination is that they were not members of the International Bottled Water Association, and not every company is. So essentially, I'm here to say, looking at the statute that's in front of you now, it looks much simpler and much more straightforward than the one that we had in front of you, one of you last year. It really requires we review the that essentially bottled water companies comply with the same standards as our public drinking water standards. And to me, it just makes common sense that we would do that and that we would require that. And I'll take any questions that anyone has.
Okay, I guess we're all set. Past the 3 o'clock hour, people are slowing down. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Colleen Smith, I can't believe I moved you off and then I take to turn the page and see you're still there. So I'm glad I was able to schedule these two bills right next to each other so that you could testify to both of them. So I realize the department is neutral, but you did say you want to share some stuff.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Colleen Smith. I'm the administrator of the Food Protection Section within the Department of Health and Human Services. And I'm here today to provide some background information regarding the current regulation of bottled water in New Hampshire and available to answer any questions that you have pertaining to these regulations. So the Food Protection Section within DHHS, we currently license and inspect all in-state manufacturers of bottled water, and we register annually all out-of-state manufacturers of bottled water who distribute bottled water in New Hampshire. We would like to let you know that we are initiating rulemaking that would also require bottled water to meet the same standards as drinking water standards in New Hampshire, particularly the requirements for the 4 PFAS substances and also arsenic. So we are hoping to complete this rulemaking by this summer, and we have started to alert our stakeholders of this upcoming rule change. We are very happy to hear that Representative Grassi is amenable to a suggested language change, and it's a very small change to this current bill, which would just clarify that we are intending this to apply to only water that's for retail sale in New Hampshire and not for retail sale in other states. So that suggested language is in my written testimony, which was distributed to the committee in advance. So with that, I'd be happy to take any other questions regarding bottled water regulations.
Right. So you already have statutory authority to go ahead with this rulemaking?
So currently the bottled water standards are in our administrative rules, and they refer to the standards that are in the Code of Federal Regulations. And within rulemaking, we would just be looking to add those that are different, which are the 4 PFAS contaminants or substances and the arsenic. Those are the only differences in the drinking water standards and the bottled water standards.
Okay, so I'm confused. So I'm saying, do you have, why do we need this bill if you're going ahead with the rulemaking and implementing it already?
So that's a great question. I guess there would probably we have to go through the rulemaking process. There could be stakeholder that come out in the public hearing that prevent this, but there should be two ways to get at the same end result if it was so deemed that it should be in statute as well.
Okay, and when do you plan to do the hearings, the rule hearings, and when the rule might be?
We have just started the process. Those public hearings would be scheduled within the next few months.
So if we were to retain this bill till next September, we'll know whether there was any pushback or any problems?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Representative Abramson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. How is this enforced? Do you just randomly sample bottles? And what happens if someone fails, one of the tests? Is there an appeal or a certain period of time before they have to do another test?
So our intention within our rule would be to ask that bottled water manufacturers submit proof of having their water analyzed for these components with their annual registration from an accredited lab.
Okay, so all their entire supply of water.
Further
My,
question?
oh yeah, further question. So my second question was, you mentioned that you would have us make the small change that it doesn't apply to water that is exported or sold to other states. Wouldn't it almost seem like the purpose or a purpose of this bill would be that the water that we sell, if it's made in New Hampshire, at least any New Hampshire bottled water meets our standards, kind of try to increase the value of water that's sold in New Hampshire or made in New Hampshire?
No, just to clarify, so in-state manufacturers would have to comply with the same standards as drinking water. It's just that the way the bill is worded, there could be confusion to say that our rules would apply to these out-of-state bottled water manufacturers, regardless if they're selling in New Hampshire or other states. So we just want a clarifying language that this requirement is only for their products sold in New Hampshire.
Quick follow-up.
Further question you may inquire?
So are you saying that your preference is that this would apply only to water that's sold in New Hampshire, or water that's made in New Hampshire and then sent
She's
somewhere?
saying that she doesn't want to regulate water that is made in Maine and shipped to New York. She only cares about if it is sold in New Hampshire. Okay. Representative Bartlett.
An email.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Smith. You've been here a long day today. My question is, how long has DHHS been looking at this issue regarding rulemaking to require the in-state bottlers comply with the regulations?
So our timing on this was aligning with the change into the drinking water standards. So just within the recent years, and for those standards to become official in regulation from the drinking water standpoint. So once that was finalized, then we started to move forward with looking at bottled water to comply with the same standards.
Further question, you may inquire.
Thanks very much. So can you give me some kind of a timeline? Because I think we had the PFAS discussion a couple of years ago, and you were looking at it at that time too.
So one of the things that we had to wait for was for these to become official regulations for drinking water, and there was some process to that.
So does that mean this is, sorry, so does that mean the process is now clear and it can move right forward and we don't need the bill, or should we? I'm not going to ask you whether we should move forward with the bill, but I'm a little concerned about the timeline.
Yeah, sorry. So there were some regulatory challenges with the rule in the Department of Environmental Services. There had to be an actual, those started in rule, if you recall, those standards for drinking water, and then they were put into statute the last session. And so we had to wait for that process to be complete before we looked to update the bottled water standards. So we're hopeful now that those are in place in statute and in rule for drinking water, there's not a reason for us not to be able to move forward with our rulemaking.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Representative Petusik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Ms. Smith. I know it's been a very long day. My question is on 21 CFR 165-110B. Are the MCLs, the 5 MCLs embedded in that, or is that in addition to?
So those 5 MCLs are not in the CFR. That's why we would want to add them either in statute or rule.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. I really appreciate you being here for these 2 bills.
No problem. Thank you.
And last but not least, I do have another attendee, but is James Tonner. So you're on, Jim. You just have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon.
I'm James Toner, Director of Government Relations for the International Bottled Water Association. I think you've heard us mention a few times here, and we thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 335. Although we consider ourselves neutral on the bill, IBWA still has concerns over the precedent it would set. Imposing New Hampshire's Safe Drinking Water Act regulations on a product manufactured outside of the state interferes with interstate commerce and would put out-of-state bottlers at a disadvantage when trying to sell a product in the state. The EPA sets drinking water standards for the nation and allows states to impose standards that may differ or be stricter than what has been set nationally. That is due to the fact that the state water oversight only applies to water within a state. It does not apply to drinking water in any other state or country. The FDA sets standards for bottled water, and while they follow the EPA in regard to their standards, they do not follow the individual states. They do not allow for individual states to impose standards that are greater than that was imposed by the FDA. States have attempted to do this and have been notified by the FDA that they have exceeded their jurisdiction and that the national standard for bottled water is set by the FDA. I state that we are neutral on this bill because IBWA members are already required to meet standards set by our code of practice. IBWA's code of practice with regard to standards to several contaminants is stricter than FDA. And we are allowed to do this as a bottler does not have to be a member of IBWA, but if they wish to, they must comply with the association standards. This includes testing for contaminants that are not currently addressed by either EPA or FDA, such as PFAS or MTBE. We believe that IBWA's code of practice covers all the requirements set within the New Hampshire Safe Drinking Water Act, but non-IBWA members may likely not be testing for everything covered by the Act and solely operate based upon FDA requirements, but they know they are completely within the national standards based upon the FDA guidelines. It is our suggestion that the committee report the bill and expedite to legislate in an effort to avoid possible conflict with FDA on bottled water oversight and jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question, if you will entertain it.
Of course.
Representative Bartlett.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Okay, I have a tough time with your saying that you are neutral on this because it's from your testimony, it sounds like you don't want more regulation on the standards and that as a yes or no question, it does not sound that like you are supporting this bill.
I'm not supporting it, but I'm not opposed to it because our members are already complying with the regulations you have set in the state. But what you're doing is against what FDA requirements are. And it's more of a kind of a caveat that if you go down this path, you will get notified by the FDA that you don't have a jurisdiction as a state to do this.
The question is, do we not have the jurisdiction to regulate what's going to other states? Or do we not have jurisdiction to regulate?
You don't have the jurisdiction to regulate a bottle of water that's being bottled in a neighboring state coming into your state. You cannot require that bottled water to meet the standards that New Hampshire has for drinking water.
Okay, and this is a federal preemption.
This is federal guidelines.
Federal preemption that we state cannot
right.
set
it's
standards that are over and above.
You know, I think you look at it kind of this way. You know that it is interstate commerce is the issue here. In that even though a bottler who is not in your state follows all the FDA guidelines that they are required to, but that are not allowed to sell in your state because they have to meet the requirements you have in your state, that's an issue for interstate commerce.
Well, that'll be interesting. Okay, Representative Abramson, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Toner, for taking my question.
Of course.
Where would we find the federal guidelines? Is that listed on the FDA's website, or is that a federal statute?
Yes. Yeah, you can find the guidelines, both EPA's and FDA's guidelines in terms of what they require for testing contaminants on both their websites. As well, actually, you could go to IBWA's website and look at our code of practice, and we compare EPA's, FDA's, and ours. There's a full list of them.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Everybody all set? As often happens, we have another hand that pops up, and former Representative Messmer. Mindy, feels like you sponsored this bill originally like 6 years ago or something. It feels
That's
like.
right. Thank
So
you,
welcome
Representative.
back to the Commerce Committee.
Thank you so much. Thank you for taking my testimony and thank you for hearing this important bill. As you just stated, I did sponsor with Representative Grassi the first iteration of this bill a few years ago. And interestingly enough, after that first bill was sponsored, went through the legislature, the state of New Hampshire, as mentioned by Representative Muse, DES did go out and sample about 30 bottled water companies in the state of New Hampshire. Randomly, they just picked 30. And 5 of those samples came back with PFAS levels above our current MCLs right now. And some were even above, as Representative Muse stated, the EPA numbers. So clearly the compliance of bottled water companies with EPA standards was not being adhered to. And certainly that was discovered in the state of New Hampshire. That company immediately, I believe, went out of business, is no longer selling bottled water in New Hampshire. But I ask you to support this bill, even though rulemaking may be going on. There's still no official notice of the food service people and the rulemaking. But because this is the language says that bottled water in New Hampshire should adhere to our drinking water MCLs. And so that covers more than just the PFAS that it appears the rulemaking may cover, along with the arsenic that the rulemaking may cover. It is more flexible in that as new drinking water levels are passed and promulgated in the state of New Hampshire, that the bottled water companies would have to keep up with those, including MTBE, which was one of the, I think it was 2015, where New Hampshire passed a pretty strict enforcement of MTBE on drinking water in the state of New Hampshire. And so it would also cover things like MTBE, which it doesn't sound like the bottled water rulemaking that the food service people are doing right now would cover. So I guess the crux of this is, you know, we have decided in New Hampshire what is safe for people to drink in New Hampshire. And as Representative Grassi said, when people, like all of the people in the Merrimack, Bedford, Litchfield area, people in Portsmouth, when they feel that and know that their drinking water provided to them is unsafe and they're provided bottled water by the state of New Hampshire and want to go to the store and buy bottled water to protect their families, to be in compliance while we're sorting through liability issues with the industrial polluters, they should be able to know and understand and rely upon the safety of the bottled water, that actually the bottled water they're getting is as safe as the state of New Hampshire says is safe. For instance, you could buy bottled water right now bottled in Massachusetts, and it may have levels of arsenic and MTBE higher than the tap water in our state is allowed to serve you by your water supplier. So I think this is a very important bill. I would say, you know, it's been a very long time. There still is no public notice around the rulemaking. These could go into effect by June of this year if the governor signed this into law, and that would put you know, the drinking water, the bottled drinking water of all these people who are stressed and worried about their public water supplies, feeling that their water, that the bottled water is safe for them and their families to consume. So I ask you to please pass this bill. Thank you so much.
I said, but it is true that the bill asks for rulemaking anyways. So we don't want them to wait around with the rulemaking. We want to go full steam ahead and not wait for us to pass the legislation and that may have an effective date, you know, who knows, effective date 60 days after passage, that when we better to wait to see what happens in that rulemaking process and see what hurdles were created that we might want to address.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, that's
so like I said, this is more broad in terms of, you know, not just the PFAS and the MT and the arsenic levels that they're going to maybe set, but this covers, you know, making sure that the bottled water and drinking water regulations line up in the state of New Hampshire.
Right. Okay. Representative Averson has a question for you.
Oh, I was just taking my hand down.
There you go. Okay. I have no more. Oh, I do have another hand up. So thank you very much, Mindy. So I have Cynthia Walter. I am going to promote the panel. So for you guys, you do know how to do the new sign up process. Go ahead, so it would be, if you had signed up ahead of time, then it would be handier. So, but, all right. Hello, Cynthia Walter. You have to unmute yourself, sorry. There you go.
Okay, I got the unmuted. Sorry, I was trying it. Couldn't get the button to work. So yes, I'm Cynthia Walter. I have a PhD. I've been teaching toxicology, and my specialty is water pollution. I heartily endorse this bill, again, because it covers not only the current rulemaking plans regarding a few important pollutants, but it also addresses things in the future. It signals water suppliers that either draw their water from New Hampshire and or draw their water from other parts of the country to that what we require for our bottled water in our state. We need to do this first and foremost just because of the same old adage, safety first. And this tells your decisions today going forward with this bill, tell the citizens and also then these companies where we stand in New Hampshire on safety first. The other feature that I'd like to add, to encourage you to do, is to expand beyond bottled water, because it specifies in here products, but it doesn't distinguish, it doesn't open up the door to saying that other water-based products, drinks of various mixtures, need also to provide some of those safety features. So I'm not sure just how you came to the words bottled water and how you define that, but I'd like to see it expanded to other drink products. Thank you.
Well, so if you're so I think the other bottles like let me say like the Coca-Cola and Pepsi, they osmosis or something, the osmosis, or what is it? What is that term? They use the
reverse
water.
osmosis. Excuse me, reverse osmosis is what you're thinking of.
So yeah. So are you saying that water needs to be tested too?
Well, what I'm saying is that because we don't say that the other products that originate in New Hampshire, and as there are compiled and manufactured and sold either within New Hampshire, as they're sold within New Hampshire, that when the final finished product has to meet those standards. So we understand that the bottled water needs to meet those products because bottled water is probably defined as the finished product. But when we have to simply expand to the finished product of an orange drink or some other drink, does that make sense? But I'm not saying that this bill needs to be rewritten in that broader sense. I'm just saying let's get this bill done to make bottled water as safe as it can be and signal the industry that this is where New Hampshire stands. Move ahead with the rulemaking, which is great, but limited to only a few substances at a time and kind of has to work in reverse almost. And then my suggestion is to go forward and continue with the liquids safety guidelines for the next bill that you might have for another legislative session.
Okay, if you're willing to take a question, Representative Ammon has a question for you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you for taking my question. I guess I was trying to understand how you would like this bill to be expanded, and I was trying to think of what other products might this apply to. Would it apply to things like beer, because there's a lot of water in beer, or water ice? Water ice has a lot of water in it. I was just trying to think of what all this might apply to, is just so that we make sure everyone is, applies to safety first.
Right. So all I'm saying is that my suggestion is let's get the first thing done, and the bill as it's written, again with that clarification of where the water is made and sold, that was suggested by a previous speaker. that is fine. So I suggest you move ahead with this bill for this legislative session. Then in another legislative session, I suggest this committee or other committees would look into the idea of securing standards for finished liquid products that are drawn from New Hampshire waters. That's all.
Okay.
In another session.
Right, but he's asking you such as beer, like, are you worried about beer?
Well, I'd have to look into the issue of beer and whether or not there's already legislation associated with the standards associated with beer chemistry. I'm not aware of that legislation right now, so I'd have to say, let's look into it for another legislative session.
Okay, so what other water products do you think is that you are aware of?
Yeah, I only know this bill so far is in front of me. Right. So I just want to work with one thing at a time.
Okay.
Maybe I should have made that suggestion for next year.
Open up can of worms like that.
That's
right.
for next year. That's for next year, please. Next year.
There. Okay. So we do have questions, if you're willing to take some questions. And Representative Bartlett is first.
Yeah, I got a little confused on the direction you were going here. Thank you for allowing me to ask your question. One of the things our sign-up sheets don't allow for, or our testimony, is where people are from. And with the virtual, with our remote type hearings these days, we're getting people from further and further away. Can I just ask where you're from?
Oh, yes. I have lived here in Dover for over a year. Does that help?
Thank you very much.
Sure. I'm sorry. I should have said that when I started.
It's okay. Thanks very much.
Okay, so Chuck, I'm going to let you go last because it's sort of a wrap up. So we'll go. Representative Abramson has a question. I assume you're asking this question to Ms. Walter.
Yeah, that beer question did bring up another issue. There are a lot of bottled water products that have very light flavoring or very light coloring. If somebody is trying to, I always think of rules in terms of somebody's trying to weasel out of it. They have water that doesn't pass that. Could they, kind of weasel out of this rule just by adding some coloring or sugar or something else and then selling it as, like a Crystal Light type of product or something? Would this rule apply to colored and flavored products?
I don't think she would be able to answer that question, but I'm sure Chuck will try to take a stab at it when I invite him back up. And Representative Fargo, you still got a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's more of a would you believe. Cynthia Walter is from my ward here in Dover, so I just want to say that if she would like to talk to me about further legislation, I would be open to having that discussion.
Okay, so call your rep, Cynthia.
Yes, thanks.
All right, I think I'm getting everybody, so I'm going to allow Representative Grassi to have the last word.
I just did want to respond to that last question about other types of water that she brought up. And one of the things that the Consumer Reports studies, and both times they stated, was that seltzer waters have very high contaminant levels, far above what we would allow in any of our waters here in New Hampshire. That's another day, that's another story. I don't know in Representative Abramson's question about if they added a little bit of coloring to it, I don't know. That's something I would have to talk to DHHS about, but certainly in my research, when I noticed that, we dealt with water. This was a bill that came in, as you said, 6 years ago, and we were just trying to move this through because it died on the floor last year. Seltzer waters may be something different that we have to take a look at. I don't know. And if it is, we will be bringing in a bill that will deal with that, because certainly they found some significant contaminations, particularly with PFAS and arsenic, in seltzer waters. Don't even have to go to beer, and we may not want to go there, but ruin it for all of us. But the thing is that those are something we may want to take. We're looking at health products here, things that people look at as being healthy and pure. Some people like a little fizz in their water, not an alcohol product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, with that, we will close the public hearing, and I will read the numbers here. We had 148 in support, 11 opposed, 2 are neutral. And with that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 335. And I guess we're all done for the day. Anybody have any other questions or comments?
Would this apply to ICE, I guess?
No. All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Hey, John,
Yes, John.